Ben Bigger is going to have some competition here, maybe for the biggest playable agent. But then we also have another Theron, possibly girl, because of her pointy ears and horns. She also has what looks like a high-tech or maybe even a cybernetic tail. Then coming back to the Yunqui Summit, aside from Jufufu and Yishuan, we also see a glimpse of a big friendly panda who also looks to be a member of the faction, as we see him walking behind us as we follow Yishuan. And it also looks like there might be another new faction of characters shown off in the trailer, possibly some sort of hollow investigation team, consisting of quite a few Therons. The first being a small rabbit girl with a big cleaver, what looks like a wolf Theron with a big sword, a small red-haired bratty girl who likes to tease others with her pet little raccoon thing, and another shy girl that honestly kind of reminds me of that one girl from the Jane trailer where they were driving that car, but obviously probably not the same girl, but a Theron nonetheless. There was also a male hollow investigator that was next to the girl with the meat cleaver, but in the trailer they focus in on his face again when talking about greed leading to disaster. So it's hard to say for sure if this investigator guy is actually a good person or a bad person. But speaking of bad guys, we also get a small glimpse into what the Exaltus and Sarah are plotting. But right at the very end of the trailer, sitting on a pool of water, we see the reflection of an unknown girl, with no indication of who she is or what faction she belongs to. But maybe you could argue that the slight yellow clothes does sort of resemble the outfits of the Yunqui Summit. So maybe this could be a previous master of Yishuan, or maybe this is the real Void Hunter that we can expect later in Season 2. Now, notably, there were no signs of the Idol Girls anywhere in this Season 2 trailer, even though last week in the Dev Talk, there was explicit mention that the Angels of Delusion will be making an appearance, so that was a bit contradictory. But if I were to play devil's advocate for a second here, maybe you could argue that because we already know what the idols look like, there wasn't really a need to quote-unquote reveal them here in this trailer, and instead they wanted to focus on showing off brand new characters that we have never seen before. That being said, it's nice to see that within Season 2, the agents are slowly leaning back to what looks to be more unusual designs, with several Therons and of course the star of the show, the big seed, a giant mech, as opposed to a string of regular women just in various degrees of sexy clothing that we've had as of late. But speaking of women in sexy clothing, I just want to take a moment to laugh the trailer really emphasizes the size of Yishuan's chest, not once, but twice, in two different shots in the trailer. So if you were to assume that Season 2 also has 8 patches in total, from 2.0 up to 2.7, that means that there would be a minimum of 16 new S-rank characters. And in this trailer, we only saw 12 new faces. Add on to that the 3 Angels of Delusion, and that would make 15 new characters. So it is safe to say that these aren't the only characters that we will be getting throughout Season 2. And also, I would like to think that maybe not all of these characters will be S ranks either. Now, I know we only got 2 new A ranks in total throughout Season 1, but maybe the same trend will happen in Season 2 as well. So there could be 3 or 4 other characters that we could still be getting that were not shown off in this trailer. Who knows, maybe Mors and Bellum will join up just like Pulchra did. Hopefully though, they don't all join the Sons of Caledon, otherwise I think things would get a bit too crowded over there. But of course, as always, we can't tell for sure who any of these characters are or when each of them will be available. But it's nice to know what to expect so that we can all kind of start saving in the meantime. Personally, I am most excited for that Oboe Squad duo, but what about you guys though? Let me know in the comments down below. Otherwise, as always, thank you all for watching until the end. If you enjoyed this video, liking, commenting and subscribing is greatly appreciated. So, I will see you next time. Bye bye!
Test this? Yeah. I see it. Support has arrived. I'm unstoppable. Oh, this little one is so cute. I'll just explode. Watch out. Leave this with me. I swear on my blade. Yeah.
Have you ever written a letter, like when you're writing? Have you ever written a letter down when you're writing, as one does? Have you ever been writing and you mean to capitalize a letter, but then you don't? That wasn't intentional. For example, let's say I'm trying to write a sentence like, my name is Lucas. Well, guess what, idiot? Lucas is supposed to be capitalized. And so, especially in cases where you don't have a pencil, you need to awkwardly capitalize the letter. Yeah, that's what we're ranking today. We're gonna be ranking letters based on how easily you can capitalize them. I really hope I can find a better title than that for the video.
Wanna help me test this?
We're gonna start with the easiest ones and get down to the worst ones, because I feel like it'll be funnier that way. To start us off, the easiest letter to capitalize, and the first in S tier, is L. Done. Unless you want to be fancy and weird and do the little tail. Oh, look at me, I'm so cool. I did the little tail on the end of the L. But it doesn't really matter because you can still just kind of do a line anyway. So, yeah, L is by far the easiest. It's only downhill from here. After L, we have V, which goes from this to that. I don't really have much more to say. After V, it's pretty self-explanatory. We have W, which goes from that to, you guessed it, that. These three are the easiest to correct by far and cap out our S tier for this ranking, because you can fix all of them without any problems overlapping them or having lines jutting out, because that's not a part of W. W doesn't have a line doing that. This moves us into our A tier, which begins with the letter B. And the only reason I haven't put B in S is because sometimes the little bump down here at the bottom of a lowercase b is smaller than like the remainder of the letter up here. So it can look a little bit wonky, right? If we're being generous, right? Like, that's still pretty good. I don't know why there's this gap here. I'm just terrible at drawing letters. Like, that's a good example. That is a lowercase b that's been turned into a very clear, normal capital B. However, because of this one flaw, I'm willing to put it in A tier instead of S. Following B, we have I, and some of you like to do your capital I's like this, in which case you're off way better than me. I do them like this, but I feel like either way, you're still doing a line through the I, so it's not gonna be that big of an issue. The only reason I have I underneath a bunch of other ones when in reality it should probably be higher is because some people are weird and they like doing a big dot, which is a bit harder to cover up, but it's not the end of the world and it takes up relatively little space on the capital letter. Not terrible, but not perfect. This next letter is gonna make it obvious that this tier list is based on the way I personally write the letters and not a general consensus. I didn't do a survey before doing this tier list. I doubt anyone would care. But number 6 on this list is the letter U, because I add the little tail on the end of it. So when you try to capitalize it, it's still gonna have the little tail there, which might get in the way. I know some people that do it without the tail, right? They do it like that, and that looks better than this. This is how I do it. I don't think it's that big of a deal either way, although the tail does intrude a little bit. But this is still a bit thin for U. U's supposed to be pretty thick. This U probably needs to watch his calories a bit. But the tail juts out on my U, which is why it's at number 6. Following U at spot number 7, which is the best number, is the letter K. Now this is what I think is a good lowercase k, which means that if you try to capitalize it, you do only add on, but the intersection point is down here, when in reality, I feel like it should be a bit higher than that. Right? Let's be careful so that I don't add a third K here, otherwise I might be in a bit of trouble. But I think it's a bit less excusable than U because, right, like this is more easily discernible than like this. It's like, I don't know, this just doesn't sit as well with me. This is a country, by the way. That wasn't even intentional, that's just how I wrote it. At spot 8, this may come as a bit of a surprise, but I actually have the letter H. Now, this might be a bit hard to fix, but I believe that H is on the underrated end of letters that are easily fixable. Because especially if you do it like, I don't know, I feel like that's not that bad considering what lowercase h looks like. And if you do it a bit like stockier, it becomes even better. It almost kind of looks like a bridge, right? Like you got like a little, like you got the supports and then you got the shore. And then it's like a little bridge and you have your cars go along it, you know? That has nothing to do with where I put it on the ranking, I just noticed it. I don't know, I think H is one of the less intrusive letters and I think it works pretty well. That moves us out of A tier and into B tier. And our first letter of B tier is R. I feel like, you know, you can just extend this line here and then connect this here, and then this little tail kind of just turns into the R automatically. I feel like it works. I feel like it works pretty well. I think it's good. I think it belongs at the top of B tier. What comes after, I honestly had way higher in A tier before this, until a friend pointed out to me that it doesn't work as well, and that letter is J. Now, originally I went, oh, well, it should be right under I. The tail might add a bit of, you know, messiness to it, but that's so easy of a fix. But that's when I remembered, but that's when someone, I can't do it. But that's when someone pointed out to me that you write a lowercase j like that on the line, right? Like if I'm writing Jose, it's below. So if I'm capitalizing the name Jose, that still works, but honestly, I would have drawn the J like that above the line. So I feel like it docks points from it, but it's still not that bad. If someone showed me this, I wouldn't be all up in arms about the J being beneath the line. I probably wouldn't even notice it, to be fair. So I think that makes it a bit excusable. Our next letter is a bit less excusable, and that is F, because I don't know. It's not all that. Now that I'm looking at it, I might have to move it even lower, because that's pretty ugly. What comes after F? Okay, no, actually that can stay right there. Now, some people don't even curve the F as much as I do, right? Like if you curve it like that, you're in a bit of trouble. But I feel like when I'm writing lowercase f's, I do it more in a sense like this. Like that's a good lowercase f coming from me. And I feel like it's not the end of the world, right? Like you have a bit of a curve up here that intrudes a little bit, and then you have this sticking out here, but it's not the end of the world, right? Like if someone wrote a capital F like that, that looks like a capital F. I don't really care that there's a line sticking out on the side. So it's not the worst offender on this list, but it's still not great. Rounding out B tier is the letter Z, and if you call it Z, that's okay, we all make mistakes. This one poses a bit more of an issue to me than F because, I don't know, it's like, that bothers me a lot, especially when people write the number 7 like this. I feel like that can get a little confusing. I don't know, that one bothers me a bit, and I think it deserves to be a bit lower on the list. Now, starting out our C tier, we have kind of a similar situation to V and W, and that's N and M. N is at spot 13, and M is at spot 14. And the reason being that I think N is a bit more forgiving than M. I think because you only have one little loop to deal with, whereas M you have 2. So similar to V and W, it's just the extra effort that puts it lower on the list. If I'm writing them a bit larger, again, I think N, you know, it like this is annoying.
How do you pick up standing bowling pins so you can clear away the ones that got knocked over? In real bowling, there are tools called scissors that grab the neck of the pin so it doesn't slide away. So for my mini bowling lane, I tried making a smaller version of those scissors to do the same job, which worked great with just one pair, but things got tricky when I tried to connect them all together, because the scissors don't just lift the pins, they also need to respect their positions. So if a pin is a little off center, the scissors should grab it where it is, not push it back to the middle. But I fixed this by letting each scissor arm move on its own, so it could reach the pin no matter where it was. However, the pins kept slipping out, so I added little hooks to the scissor arms and printed soft rubber covers to help them grip better. Yeah, and if you're wondering, I actually did this all on my first try. Don't worry about that. It's alright. How do you pick up standing bowling pins so you can...
Stories are about people. Not events. AI is also ruining Google Images, so it seems like anything that's remotely image-based can just be swarmed with AI content, and there's nothing to stop it. Nor is there a way for us to filter out the AI content that we don't want to see.
Well, there is. I am a full-time sculptor, and recently I got commissioned to make a sculpture of Jinx and Silco from Arcane. But there was just one tiny issue: AI. AI has, at this point, taken over the internet in a pretty uncanny way, and in a way that we cannot really filter, or so I thought.
In this video, I'll provide you with some pretty nice alternatives to filter AI off.
And yes, with the state of the internet, I need to disclose this for free. Now back to my story. Pretty much all the references I was getting while I was looking around on Pinterest were AI slop.
The tattoo artist of this version of Jinx needs to be fired immediately.
And this brings me back to the title and thumbnail of this video. Sam Does Arts, a very talented and popular artist, recently posted a video on his YouTube channel going over how Pinterest is now dead. And this is thanks to the immense amount of AI-generated images that are infecting an app that was once loved by so many artists, myself included, with AI slop. Pinterest was the place where artists would go to when in need of some references for our next piece, or, and maybe even arguably more important than that, when we needed some inspiration because we were dealing with art block. And now, trying to use Pinterest to find good references is completely pointless, since pretty much all you will find is AI-generated images. Now, I've seen a lot of people claiming that a good use of AI would be to help find, or in this case, make your own references. And to that, I 100% disagree. So, why? Why is using AI-generated images as references not the best idea for artists? Well, 95% of all AI-generated images are plain and simply, fundamentally wrong. Most AI-generated things, and not only images but text as well, are simply not as good as human beings. Sure, they are way more efficient, let's say, but they are simply not better.
If you use an image generated by AI as your reference, then the entire foundation of your drawings, paintings, or sculptures will be wrong.
Please remember you are using a program that provides you with 4 different options when tasked to make an image, thanks to how inaccurate it is most of the time. It can make a lot more images, but each image is not going to be that great. A program that made a zombie with 6 fingers, thank you Activision for that, struggles to make Lego hands, please keep that in mind.
And even now, with how quote-unquote advanced it's getting, it still struggles a lot with anatomy.
And AI is now starting to eat itself, considering how many AI-generated images are out there. AI is simply making images at a rate that we humans cannot keep up with,
without AI getting that much better in the process. And even when AI-generated images look kinda decent, they still lack one crucial component of art:
intent. One of the best parts of doing our research as artists is trying to understand what the thought process of the artist was when making that piece, or in other terms, what was their intention or message. That AI model was trained on millions of images, or in other words, millions of different messages. And when you finally get your one AI-generated image, the intent or message is now lost, making your final piece soulless, which is also one of the reasons why Pinterest is now dead, since there's nothing more disappointing than seeing the preview of what looks to be a cool drawing, then clicking on that image just to realize it actually looks like a mess since it was AI generated. That actually ruins what artists use Pinterest for, which was getting over art block and getting inspired. An artist simply won't get inspiration over something artificial. So using AI-generated images as your references is not going to work because 95% of the time these images look awful, and even when they look decent, they still lack intent. Now, just for a disclaimer, I am not completely against the use of AI, and I also understand that we will have to, unfortunately, adapt in one way or the other. Please don't get me wrong, I personally don't want it close to my art process, but the future is an interesting matter for another video, and we will have to wait and see what it holds for us. However, it simply is objectively better for us artists to use references that other real artists made. Now that I got all of that out of the way, let's go back to Pinterest. As Sam Does Arts said in his video, Pinterest is now dead, and unfortunately I cannot disagree with him. However, he never really offered a solution in his video when there is one. There is an easy fix out there, so you can go back to the days before AI took over the internet and go back to getting your references in peace. It is not something that I've seen anyone talk about, which is the reason why I'm making this video in the first place, which is to get the word out. So please help me by sharing this video to help even more artists. And no, I am not monetized, so this is just to get the word out. The first and, well, not so great method is to simply make your own references when you can. Be more creative about it. For example, just as I am making Jinx, I'll be sculpting her letting go of Silco.
And for Silco's clothes, I was looking around on the internet for good references for his jacket,
but couldn't find any. So I just decided to put a nice jacket on and ask my sister to take some pictures. A year ago, I would have never even imagined getting my own references. I understand this is not bulletproof and this is not going to work for everything, but just keep it in mind the next time you're working on a project.
Someone said there should be a filter, and I completely agree with that, but again, from my small brain perspective, I really don't know how feasible that actually is.
Now, to filter AI images off,
We unfortunately have to go back to our old internet browsers since, as I said, Pinterest is dead. If you're on Chrome, you can download this extension called Pre-AI Search, which will filter to search before 2023. If you are not on Chrome, or even if you are on Chrome but you just don't want to download an extension, all you have to do is the following. Search for whatever you want and then add the word before, followed by the colon punctuation mark, and then add a year. For example, I'm going back to the sculpture I am working on of Jinx. All I had to do to stop getting AI slop was search Jinx, followed by a space, before, colon punctuation mark, 2023. And ever since I started doing this, my workflow as a full-time sculptor has improved in ways you cannot even imagine. I recommend using the year 2023, since 2024 is when AI images really started taking over. All this is going to do is filter for pictures before that year. I completely understand this, let's call it trick, has some flaws, since we are limiting ourselves to finding results prior to 2023. But for now, it is definitely worth using, and I can pretty much guarantee your experience on the internet as an artist will be greatly improved, especially with everything that is going on. I hope to one day be able to provide a better fix than this, but for now, this will have to do. And to be honest, this does pretty well. Please remember to share this video and support it to get the word out. You are also more than welcome to make your own videos going over this to help get to more artists or people that are plain and simply tired of all of this AI stuff. Some credits would be nice though.
but wait, if you would like me to make a sculpture of your profile picture, all you have to do is subscribe, take a screenshot and send it to me over on Instagram. Comment down below what you think of this sculpture and what should I sculpt next, and come back again next Friday, okay? There's more videos for you to watch right now, so don't wait till next Friday.
If you're a musician, I have some great news for you. I've been really busy lately and a little bit naughty. I've made a living as an independent professional musician for over 25 years now, and once tech companies started raising millions of venture capital dollars and scraping my music without my consent, then generating shittier music with it that is inadvertently associated with my name, and then attempting to resell that in the same economy in which I make money from my music, I was just like, you know what? This. I still enjoy making music all the time, but I have entirely stopped releasing it. But what I'm showing you today is a type of encoding that not only makes a music file more or less untrainable by generative AI companies, but actually has the ability to decrease the quality and efficiency of their entire data set. I'm going to be showing you a lot of demonstrations of this technology in this video, but it attacks AI in a whole lot of other ways, and some of them are really scary. For example, I could say something completely normal here, or even play you the sound of an eagle, and that sound would be telling Siri or your Echo or Google Home device to unlock your doors.
The adjective vulnerable was usually defined as capable of or susceptible to being wounded or hurt.
Or I could make Spotify think that a bunch of sex noises are an acoustic Christian folk song. And we're going to be exploring all of these things. Unethical generative AI companies have made artists feel incredibly powerless for quite some time now, but all of that is about to change, and I am extremely excited to be able to finally tell you about it in this video. Come on. The modern chapter of the AI music story begins in 2015 with the publication and proposal of UNet, a frankly ingenious method of using a convolutional neural network for advanced pattern recognition in biomedical imagery. In simpler terms, UNet invented a way to recognize things in a much more efficient way that didn't even require more than a few images of training data to work. I'd go more into the detail of how it works, but some of my viewers may be driving and I don't want to cause any accidents by making them drowsy. All we need to know for now is that UNet's architecture inspired the technology that is behind virtually all generative AI models today. Then in 2016, Google introduced Magenta, which is a research project that uses machine learning to scan insane amounts of music to learn from it in order to create new tools to create music. There are a lot of neat projects with Magenta that you can play with for free today. You can have a piano play a duet with you, or you can turn your voice into a saxophone sound, or play a harp that morphs between learned sounds, or make a bunch of circles to make a basic melody. It's fun stuff to play with, but a lot of it is also just a really expensive and inefficient way to do what modular synths like that have been doing for decades. There is one thing that you should consider before we move on. Since this era, generative AI music has always been primarily, with very few exceptions, a lot of showmanship for investors and more or less a solution without any sort of problem. For example, another huge AI music technology landmark in 2016 was Sony unveiling a song that was made with artificial intelligence called Daddy's Car. Now the song sounds pretty fucking mid, so imagine my complete and utter surprise to find out that it was performed, recorded, and mastered by humans. And the lyrics, on the other hand, sound like some stereotypically bad early AI generated shit, but it turns out that that was written by a human too. Now you may be asking yourself how exactly this qualifies as artificial intelligence, but as the lyrics of the song famously say, "From taxman until tomorrow, never know." It wouldn't be long before the goal of these tools was to actually generate AI music, with OpenAI releasing MuseNet and ByteDance acquiring JukeDeck in 2019, then Meta and Stability followed suit, and it wasn't long before we had a bunch of voice cloning services and consumer-targeted subscription services that offered AI-generated music, like Suno and Udio. Here's a fun social experiment I would like you to participate in. The next time a company announces a generative AI feature or product or service that is for sale or for subscription, ask them the magic 10 words. What data did you use to train your base model? More often than not, those 10 words magically work as a mute button for tech assholes, because they either don't know the answer to the question, or answering the question will make them liable for literally billions of dollars in IP infringement damages. That's because they just recklessly scraped Spotify and YouTube and Audible and virtually anywhere that they could find data, whether it was copyrighted or not. And remember how the recording industry of America would sue soccer moms because their kids downloaded a few albums? It's just like that, times a few hundred million, and also while raising a few $100 million in venture capital. And then naturally, like a swarm of locusts, tons of opportunists started using music generating services to generate millions of songs to put on streaming services like Spotify, which then siphoned royalties away from actual musicians. And as if all of this wasn't enough of a slap in the face to musicians, services like Suno literally set up funds to pay their top AI music creators, without ever even considering paying the actual musicians that made the fucking music their entire service is trained on. Starting in 2023, I had met with various US senators and their staffers about changing legislation to require generative AI companies above a certain size to start keeping a record of their training data and requiring consent from intellectual property holders before using it for their products and services. A lot of artist advocacy groups and unions are also doing this, and quite a few early bills were penned, but when the presidential inauguration was crammed full of tech titans who are spending billions on generative AI, I kind of realized that we're gonna have to take this into our own hands. This is a little bit of personal history, but it's very relevant to this video, so stick with me. In early 2023, I joined DJ Fresh and Nico Poliran in co-founding VoiceSwap AI, and we expanded the team by proposing a royalty mechanism for vocalists participating in generative AI that not only paid them ongoing licensing fees, but made them part of an equity pool in the company. What we found is that by training an entirely new vocal base model on consensual data and fine-tuning it in collaboration with the artists, the resulting voice model sounded superior to our competitors. competitors. As a result of this, we quickly grew to 150,000 users without so much as a penny in third-party or venture capital investment. We became busy with large business clients and have remained the only AI company that qualifies for BMAT certification and can pay royalties on this new type of intellectual property. And much more importantly, the majority of our vocalists were earning more annually through their voice model than the entirety of what they were earning on Spotify and other streaming services. Come on, not bad, right? Last year, one of the projects that I put a lot of time and research into was finding a foolproof way to take an original music master file and detect if the music in that file was generated with AI or not.
If you come up with a solid idea, or maybe a new or original process to accomplish a task, and you release it to the public for free, it's only a matter of time before big companies will say, I made this, and then gatekeep it behind a paywall. Fortunately, somebody tipped me off that this was happening, and I was able to apply for a patent myself to prevent it from happening in the future, but I learned this expensive lesson a few months ago.
The problem with my little AI music detector is not in its functionality, but in the lack of incentive to use it. The people who are generating the AI music to put it on the streaming services and make money have to pay middlemen distributors to publish it and manage their royalties, and while for some reason I thought that these services would jump at the chance to refuse money and not accept AI music, they didn't seem interested in this proposal. Surprising, I know. But meanwhile, I had been researching a type of technology that actually isn't all that new. Adversarial noise. This term first sprouted up a decade ago when virtually every piece of technology included a little AI assistant that you could talk to. The InfoSec industry has been aware of this for a while now, as the information that a neural network gathers from a sound is very different than what a human brain gathers. This means that just about anything that you can accomplish via a voice command, like ordering something on Amazon or opening your garage door, can presumably be triggered by a sound that human beings cannot identify, and this is accomplished by using adversarial noise. Let me demonstrate. Here's an attack on an Amazon Echo Show, which by the way is like the worst tech device that I've ever used in my life. Let's just play some soft classical music in the background and whoopsie.
Ben Lee Jordan, born October 28, 1979, is an American musician operating under many pseudonyms.
Here's my attack on the AI model that's been used for speech recognition by Meta, Facebook, Instagram, Oculus, and then a whole lot of others as well. If we run it directly, we can see exactly what the AI thinks that it's hearing. Let's move over to the white hat side of this attack. Giant generative AI firms have been scraping copyrighted audiobooks to train their voice models, but also learning from the content within the audiobook itself. So let's encode that audio file to make the AI hear nonsense. And since it's using a self-supervised neural network like Hubert, it'll reinforce a false positive, meaning that the entire model will be shittier after it's done training on my adversarial noise here.
My alarm clock woke me that day, as always, at 6:13. I went to the kitchen, made coffee and toast. My alarm clock woke me that day, as always, at 6:13. I went to the kitchen, made coffee and toast.
My friends at the University of Tennessee, Knoxville have made an art out of these types of attacks. This one, for example, utilizes a small physical speaker to introduce an inaudible layer to your own speech and commands in real time by mimicking small environmental sounds and real-world distortions. So even if you have high security settings where your AI assistant can only respond to your voice for high security commands like disabling your alarm system, that also can be manipulated. Speaking of University of Tennessee, I took a trip up to steamy old Knoxville to visit Syed Irfan Ali Mirza and Jian Liu to learn more about Harmony Cloak, one of the research team's more recent projects that encodes a music file with adversarial noise that utterly breaks AI's ability to find melody or rhythm. Here's some of their own demos with some pretty simple, basic music. And here is what the AI models generate based on the unencoded music files. Now here's what they create from the files encoded with Harmony Cloak.
Anyone familiar with AI training will recognize this, by the way. It's TensorBoard, and it functions as a convenient visual guide to know when training is no longer improving your model. That way you know when to stop the process as to not waste time and energy. The red line is from training on normal audio files, and the blue is files encoded with Harmony Cloak. You'll notice that almost immediately the model stops being able to improve itself.
Have you tested the original versus perturbed music again? Like, have you tested it with other students? Have people claimed to be able to hear the difference?
We have a user study. In the paper, we involved over 30 participants, as in most of them are music lovers. We asked them to give a rating. I think the rating we got from for the unlearnable examples are pretty similar to the clean music.
The model has been rigorously tested, and GN, Syed, and their team have been actively working to make it more efficient. It was then and there in Knoxville when I suddenly had the urge to release music again, as a test subject for widespread development, but I had a lot more work to do and a whole lot of training and testing.
Interesting.
Okay, so remember UNet from earlier in this video? UNet pioneered something called diffusion. Instead of trying to generate an image or sound by drawing it, they start with noise and then shape it based on what it learned from training. Now, music generating algorithms seem like a pretty big technological leap from image generating algorithms, but when you introduce a music file to a modern neural network to learn from and train on, it's merely looking for the spectrogram of the image, which can then be interpreted as audio. If you go back some years on this channel, you could see some fun videos of me playing creatively with software that does this. So in that spectral image, the AI looks for two classes of characteristics. The first is the tones, the rhythm, the melody, as seen here. And more importantly, why this chord often seems to come after this chord in a particular style of music, or how or why a swing beat works in a particular situation. The second is the sounds themselves, something that Google's Magenta had pioneered very early on. This is why AI stem separation became one of the first features sites and software offered. Using these types of algorithms, the AI can detect what part of the spectral image has drum sounds in it, or bass, or guitar. Anyway, that second class of functionality is what I spent an absurd amount of time trying to break. Now remember what I showed you with adversarial noise inserting inaudible commands to say something different to a speech recognition engine? Well, it turns out that I could do these targeted attacks on instruments too. One of the most advanced and accurate instrument classifiers is an API offered by Urcam. So what does this sound like to you? If you guessed cymbal, good job. However, after encoding it with adversarial noise, instrument classifiers think it's a harmonica, or that this song has string instruments in it. This also could potentially have a snowball effect by making a generative AI model be continuously fooled by false positives, so it'll be more likely to think that every similar synthesizer sound it encounters is also a string quartet, and for this reason, I've been calling my attack Poisonify. Harmony Cloak combined with Poisonify makes music not only untrainable, but it threatens to degrade the quality of the entire model. Suno is a generative AI company that started out in late 2023 with text-to-speech and generative music models that have now raised hundreds of millions of venture capital dollars. They are now in a legal battle with the Recording Industry of America for damages amounting to something like $1.5 trillion for training their models on copyrighted data without asking anyone for permission. Now, Michael Schulman, Suno's CEO, has some really enlightening takes.
It's not really enjoyable to make music now. I think the majority of people don't enjoy the majority of the time they spend making music.
And by enlightening, I meant that there simply has to be something enlightening about being so astray from reality that you would think that musicians don't enjoy making music. And within the delusional reality that Michael lives in, this is the problem that he's providing a solution to. And to be fair, this mindset opens up a lot of really lucrative and creative business opportunities. Maybe he could expand Suno to make autonomous machines that will roll bowling balls down a lane, so you could just pay him a subscription fee instead of bowling with your friends. Aside from the mental gymnastics Olympics that the company was founded on, Suno has a really useful feature where you can upload a song and then the service will automatically extend it. It doesn't seem to listen to prompts very well and it doesn't sound very good, but it does provide a great test bed for my little project here. So here we go. We can upload my original song here. And now here is Suno's AI extension of that song. Okay, now let's upload my Poisonify encoded track. And
And here is Suno's AI-generated extension. I would describe this as music from an airport spa that somebody downloaded off of Napster in 1999.
There's an even more recent and competitive generative AI music outfit from China that I only know about initially just because they blew me up so much in my email trying to get me to promote them on this channel. Ask and you shall receive, I guess. It's called Minimax Audio, and a lot of creators seem to be raving about it, but I'm assuming that they're raving about it because they're being paid to rave about it. It doesn't really blow my mind or anything. Anyway, if you tap directly into the API, it has a feature that allows you to extend a song the same way that we did in the Suno test. And so technically how this works is they scan the song that you uploaded and then fine-tune the model to generate more of what it had heard. And now let's feed it the song that's been encoded with Harmony Cloak and Poisonify. Ultimately, we have this nightmare fuel.
Generation love, hunting for information, blondie outside of sporadic lovely courage.
Another popular model that has this extend feature is Meta's Music Gen, and I had tried that out early on, but I might as well show you what that does as well. Here is audio fine-tuned on the original unencoded song. And then just like Minimax, when we upload the version that's been encoded by Harmony Cloak and Poisonify, it hangs and crashes, and eventually I got this. Pretty good. So as I'm editing this video, YouTube just announced that they will be launching a new feature for YouTube creators where you can generate your own AI music. So there's some very conflicting interests on the same website. God damn. There are some challenges though. First of all, instrument classification is not only exclusively used by generative AI, it's also used by Spotify to sort out the recommendation algorithm. Now my most abrasive music may be recommended to people who exclusively listen to barbershop quartets, which I personally think is awesome, but I could see how some musicians might not want that. The other challenge is efficiency. Harmony Cloak requires a bunch of high-end specialized GPUs currently, however, the team is working on a much more efficient model that they are testing as I record this. And then here locally, when working on Poisonify, I've been using two RTX 5080 video cards, which takes about 2 hours per 15,000 iterations on an 18-second file for the adversarial noise to be unnoticeable to the human ear. That means that just my upcoming album is taking around 2 weeks of non-stop GPU grinding, which is coming in at around 242 kilowatts, which in my case can be mostly offset by the hot Georgia sun, but it would cost most people in the US between $40 and $150 worth of electricity depending on their location and if they staggered training sessions into off-peak hours. So while this all works really well, the goal is to make this much more efficient and scale it to where it can be offered as an API that's hosted and processed from Topset Labs, which by the way is what VoiceSwap will be called in the future due to the diversification of our offerings. But that way, a willing distributor can offer the option to AI-proof or poisonify your music when you upload it to streaming services. I've made a few videos covering this, but music distribution is not exactly great these days. In early 2024, TuneCore had falsely accused me of fake streaming on Spotify, removing my entire catalog from every store and streaming service without even notifying me. Fortunately, this resulted in a lot of bad press that ended up being noticed by their parent company, and after a lot of dick swinging, they restored most of it, but royally screwed up the metadata. So in the last year, while my monthly listeners have continued to grow on other platforms, TuneCore's mistake resulted in me losing close to 100,000 listeners per month from my primary library. Since that happened, I've been negotiating my catalog with a lot of different companies, and I came really close to just selling the entire thing, but I'm glad that I didn't because I managed to find a diamond in the rough in one of the potential buyers. I started meeting with and pitching my AI music detection to Jorge Bria, the CEO of Symphonic Distribution. He seemed open-minded enough to hear my plan with Poisonify and Harmony Cloak and has the resources to potentially incorporate an API as an optional service for other musicians in the future should we be able to combine them into an efficient process.
When you're uploading your album and you're uploading your release cover, then you tell us like how much AI was used to create this album cover. Was all of it done using AI? Was some of it done using AI? Or was none of it using AI? And the same thing at the track level, mostly for us to be able to just have awareness of it. We're doing that because we're trying to show responsible thought processes around AI. And a lot of the DSPs haven't yet came out with legitimate guidance on what they will do in terms of this content. So this is kind of our way of starting to inventory and being able to just get a sense of how much of this is actually happening within the ecosystem.
So now I'm doing something that I thought that I may never do again, finishing and mastering a new album. My entire discography will also be randomly encoded with one of these poison pill methods, or a combination of them, or a variation of them. I've also encoded some of them with inaudible, random adversarial noise that does absolutely nothing at all. And the reason I'm not going to tell anybody which tracks are encoded with what is to obfuscate how this works technically, so it can't be avoided down the line as AI music companies train new models. We've covered a whole lot here, but another thing that I'll cover more extensively in a future video as I test more devices is broad protection from AI listening devices through targeted pressure waves. If you haven't noticed, everywhere we go, there's a combination of both smart and dumb microphone-equipped devices listening to us. Let's say that you came to see me perform live at a small, intimate concert that I was performing in. I want to play a song for you that I haven't really finished yet, but I just kind of want to bounce it off the audience. Actually, I don't want your Instagram followers to see it, so you'll just have to excuse me. I can also make it device specific by playing very specific audio files from my phone. Alexa, what is 2 + 2?
2 + 2 is 4.
Alexa. 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 I'll definitely be exploring this stuff a lot more in the future, but for now, I'm just really happy that artists may soon have a way to push back using technology without having to depend on copyright or IP laws, because those things have utterly failed us in recent years in regards to AI. And even expanding on that, I'm glad to be involved in technology that will someday give you the option to physically protect your music or even personal conversations from being recorded or logged. The entire generative AI industry has a much larger existential problem than artists or creators using the same class of technology to defend themselves. They have to worry about the Pareto principle, otherwise known as the 80-20 rule. It's not meant to be precise, it's more of an estimate, but for example, many people spend 80% of their time only wearing 20% of the clothing that they own. Many businesses get about 80% of their sales from only 20% of their products. A lot of software developers notice that 80% of their bugs are caused by 20% of the code. In a lot of healthcare systems, about 80% of resources are used by only 20% of patients. I could keep going with this. Considering how ubiquitous and omnipresent the Pareto principle is in computer science and data science, think about this. Have you noticed that AI image generators got really good really fast, but are still nowhere near perfect? In the last 2 years, it would be hard for the average person to point out a difference at all in AI image generators. Even with the insane amount of hype and investment that's going into it, they still can't seem to figure out things like text and hands without using special tricks or extensions. And music isn't that much different. When you see Suno or Udio releasing these new versions with new features, most of the new features are not in the generative quality themselves, but in features like in-painting. And when there is an improvement in the sound quality, many times the customer finds themselves trading customization for quality. For example, the music may sound more realistic or clear, but now it's ignoring most of the text in your prompt. I suspect that the reason for this is because these AI models quickly improved 80% with only 20% of the time, investment, and work with training them. And now just getting a 5% improvement on those models is an expensive, complicated, and unprofitable grind. That's why it's possible for a company like Topset Labs or VoiceSwap to be successful without any sort of runway investment. Concentrating on the input data and working with vocalists and cutting them in financially is way less expensive and much easier than the trial and error of retraining base models over and over again for voices. And having artists involved creatively in that process is also way more efficient than fine-tuning a vocal model for another 100,000 iterations. The biggest downside to this business model
is that paying people doesn't seem as sexy to investors, which is something that should be sat on and digested for a while. But you have to cut them in on the profit and pay them royalties long term for the stretch in order for this to work. Major record labels figured this out about 100 years ago, and we all know that there's no shortage of greed in that industry. Perhaps a solid way of thinking about any generative AI industry in relation to art or any other creative industry is like a race car. You could design the ultimate car and raise incredible amounts of money to engineer that car and then make it. And it could be the fastest and sexiest and most efficient car around, but it will be a tremendous failure and waste of money if you only put a tiny little bit of fuel in it and prevent it from getting to its destination or finish line. I'm not an AI hater, not by a long shot. You could go back into the early days of this channel or even earlier with my music and see that I have been fascinated with generative AI for a very long time, before it became integrated with neural networks. But the business side of me firmly believes that developing a useful tool will pay out much higher than developing an investment scheme. This video is sponsored by some of you, my viewers. In fact, a ton of research in this video has been paid for by my viewers through Patreon, so thank you for being part of that. And if you want to join a large, healthy, inspiring Discord community and have access to my music and field recordings and audio production assets, you can join for as little as $1. Thanks for watching, keep creating, bye.
The rewards of an adventure worth remembering. Hey, not a bad haul. Instead of confining themselves to the
Coach will take it from here. Keep pushing! Charge! Keep pushing!
This episode is sponsored by Squarespace. Welcome back. We are in Wolverhampton at WH Tildesley, which is a drop forging company that has been running for 149 years straight. They have made parts for both world wars on this very site, and the drop forging that we are going to see is ridiculous. We're going to learn about it too. What you see mostly on our channel is open die forging, either with a hand hammer or with a power hammer. Well, drop forging is a closed die operation. You remember when we went to do the factory tour at DMM? We saw a snippet of that. Here, they are specialists in one-off jobs, crazy materials like titanium and nickel alloys, and they've got some wild simulation software to be able to design the dies that they then make in-house. And it starts like this, a giant block of steel where they've sawn out the beginnings of a dovetail. The block then comes to this mill where the dovetails are cut in.
So far.
Dave, thank you very much for having us. Could you tell us a little bit about what happens when the customer says, hey, we need this part made, and you need to make a plan for how those dies are going to be made, What does that look like?
Well, the start of the process is the customer sends us an engineering drawing. We then interpret that into a CAD/CAM drawing. We plug the information, the parameters into the simulation software, and that gives us a first idea on an estimated method of manufacture and which hammer or which machine we're going to manufacture on. And it suggests to us how many blows, what it's going to look like, the flow of the material. It's a best estimate at the time we start. We then forge based on that estimate, and then we can feed back into the software to get an even more finite cut of how to manufacture. There isn't a database out there that says, right, for titanium or for carbon steel, this is the temperature, the exact temperature best for forging that material.
Under this particular power hammer?
Under this particular power hammer. So we have to create our own database of parts versus temperature versus hammer versus shape. But we're creating our own Tildesley database of metallurgy, and that's what we excel in here, is metallurgy and knowledge of how a super duplex is going to behave versus carbon steel versus titanium. The biggest factor is the knowledge of the guys. It's a horrible expression, but they are metal whisperers. They understand the metal. They can feel it.
There's a really interesting kind of dynamic between feel and technology. Yes. You've got all the technology to make you a lovely simulation, but at the end of the day, the guys on the shop floor say, no, this one particular part needs 8 hits instead of 7 hits.
We've got a guy on our biggest hammer whose father worked here and his grandfather worked here. And he's only ever worked here. And his wife works here.
So you talk about institutional knowledge, you talk about, knowledge, feel, experience. It's generational here.
Yes.
That's why. So you've got your simulations done, you need to make the dies, you make them in-house in this machine shop right here. You see some dies. Now, before we talk about the space that is removed by the milling machine for the material to go into, why don't we talk about the space where your business lives on the internet? Your Squarespace website, who's the sponsor of this episode? It's an all-in-one platform, and their mission is to empower absolutely anybody to have a beautiful website that they can create, maintain, and update themselves, giving you, the artist, small business owner, or even large business owner, the ability to serve their clients no matter how it might be. You can sell unlimited physical or digital products with Squarespace. You can use Squarespace integrations to then interact with third-party drop shipping, merchandise printing, or other fulfillment services. And if you sell your time, you can book it out using Squarespace scheduling. It intersects with your other existing calendars to make sure you never have a double booking, and you'll never have to worry about plugins, patches, or upgrades ever, because it is a truly all-in-one platform. From purchasing your domain to running your email marketing campaigns, you can do it all. And if you go to squarespace.com/forward, you'll get a free trial. Just how good it is. And using code SWORD at checkout, you'll get 20% off your first purchase and includes purchase. Check them out.
The simulation will create a cutter path, which is effectively a direction for this machine to cut the metal to create the die.
And that transforms it from looking like this to looking like that. They'll typically have multiple impressions in one die block. This is a molder, so it's more of a rough form. And then over here, this is a finisher. So this one is much more detailed, and it has the lettering that needs to be stamped in as well. So since you guys deal with crazy alloys, sometimes these dies don't last very long.
Sometimes they'll last 100 parts, sometimes 800 parts. But because the material's so hard and the hammers are so heavy, more often we'll get breakdown in the very edges of the die. Once these surfaces here break down, we have to recut the die.
And so it could be 100 components, and then you've got to completely mill off all of this and start again. That is incredible expense. Are you able to say, like, roughly how expensive a set of die blocks is to make?
It can vary from a few £1,000s to many thousands of pounds. It's very hard to identify when a die is about to collapse. That's where I'm very reliant on the experience I've got, because I've got stampers who've been stamping for 30, 40 years. They can tell by the feel of the material that the die is about to go.
Off the mill, it's not yet ready to go into the drop hammer. It needs final hand finishing. Hope you don't mind if we come and see your work and what you're doing. 45 years. Incredible. Look at this amazing workbench that they have with this spinning Lazy Susan on there to be able to position the die as it's being worked. Right, so you've got to make sure there's no sharp corners in here, and that's going to be your role. Do you put the lettering in by hand? So kind of synopsize for the camera. Over here with pneumatic die grinders and angle grinders, it gets the final polish put on. And And what we've just learned is that if there isn't a good enough polish, the part can get stuck, and then that's not practical, is it? For all of the different jobs that they have 10,000 dies.
Quick as a
This
flash.
is just one of their die storage areas, filled with hundreds of tons of precisely machined. Oh, Jamie, we're about to see a big old smile on my face. Those dies then get taken through to a room that might just be the coolest room I've ever been to. The drop forging room. Have a look at these beautiful machines.
Time to relax. Darkness closing.
Okay, so we are here with Ash. Lovely to meet you. So what are you making today?
I'm going to make some fireman's axes.
Fireman's axes, brilliant. And you've got some beautiful tools to play with. This massy clear space power hammer.
Yeah, 500 weight.
It is just beautiful. And then how big is the hammer?
1.6 ton. I lift it up, it just had to go on the pedal.
Okay.
There it works.
Okay.
And then we'll start forging.
So you've got the moulding on the left, finishing on the right. Oh, I do love a clear space. It's been a while. So are you wanting to just like floor it?
Full heavy blouse up.
You just floor it to the bottom?
Yeah, straight down.
This is the furnace right here, and I thought these bars are going to be way too hot to hold. Check it out. They've got an air blast blowing a curtain of air up. Look at that. Right next to that big furnace, and the metal is cold enough to touch. Okay, here we go. First fireman's hatchet. Oh, that power hammer is beautiful. Okay, into the first forming die. What? Look how hot it gets.
I'm quite confused. Like, what was she supposed to do?
Burn it down!
What trinkets have we here? Present them for one's perusal.
And then into clipping.
It's been 1 year since I tried the ancient Japanese art of turning dirt into a smooth, polished sphere. Recently though, tragedy struck and it fell off the shelf and smashed into like 100 pieces. So I think I gotta make another perfect shiny ball. But this time, I'm gonna try the online trend from 2018 of using aluminum foil. The mission is simple. I'm gonna see how long it will actually take to make one, and if it can survive a drop test and not break like the dirt ball did. First things first, I got here a brand new unopened pack of tinfoil. And I think the first step is just to unroll this whole thing and start to form the ball shape. Dang it. The flat aluminum foil was slowly forming into a ball shape, while outside it was pouring rain, but I really didn't mind.
Perhaps we could stop a while at once.
Got some good coffee, a nice candle. It's cozy in here, so not a bad way to spend a rainy day. A random way to spend it, but not too shabby. And that is the end of the roll. Bam. A full roll of tinfoil right here. It feels really big right now, but once I like compact it and compress it down, I think it'll become way smaller. So that brings us to step number 2. I just got a bunch of different hammers and mallets and this 25-pound dumbbell, and hopefully between all these different tools, it'll start to compact it together. There we go. Just smooshing it.
Need to hire a duelist?
Whew. I've only been doing this for like 4 minutes and I'm already tired and breathing heavily. So either this is gonna take a lot more work than I think, or I'm out of shape. The answer might be a bit of both, honestly, but regardless, I kept going for a while longer until... Oh yeah, look at it. That's turning into something. There's like this flappy end piece here that just keeps popping up, so I don't know what to do about that. Maybe it'll just get smushed into place over time, but look at that. Woo, I'm excited. I mean, it's a tinfoil ball, but I'm excited.
Make way for the Adeptus. Skyward! Yeah.
I did not think it would be this much of a workout. Like, I'm legit sweating profusely right now. I thought it would be pretty easy, like boom, boom, hammer, hammer, bam, shiny ball. But yeah, this is just the beginning stages, so give me a minute here, and then I'm gonna move on to one of the mallets.
Where evil lurks, shoot on sight.
This project was already requiring a lot of sweat. Thankfully, though, there was no blood or tears involved yet, because that would be pretty... Oh! Ow! Oh, this is right on the thumb. Ugh. But I ain't slowing down. Sure, my thumb was throbbing, but I am too committed now to stop.
Skyward! Scatter! Stray clouds converge!
Flappy end piece is still a problem, but it's looking like a really good circle. Look at that. I love it. Let's keep going. Nope, actually, sorry. Stop for 1 sec. A quick editing side note. In my previous dirtball video, there was a lot of people that were passionate about shapes, and so I learned that calling it a circle is incorrect. It's actually a sphere, whereas this right here, that's a circle. And now let's further explore the spherical trigonometry that's present. Just kidding. Let's get back to the hammering. Hour number 2, and I'm feeling good. Still going strong. The rain cleared for a bit, so I was thankful to get some fresh air and brought my hammering outside. As I kept working away to get it all shiny and reflective, I couldn't help but also reflect a bit. A year ago, when I posted that Duradongo video and just started taking YouTube more seriously and putting my ideas and creations out there, I had no clue what it would eventually become. Now, to have such an amazing community and all these people like you that are watching and supporting what I make, it means a lot to me, truly. So I just want to say thank you, and I appreciate you, and I'm just incredibly blessed to be able to do this as a job. And for a creative guy like me, this is hands down the best possible dream job ever. So thank you for making that happen. All right, enough of this sappiness. Back to the very professional and serious task at hand. Making a tinfoil ball.
How did I go from this to this? Well, it didn't happen overnight. So here's my story about how I went from a conservative-leaning 18-year-old who was really gung-ho about the military to an anti-war pacifist, blue-haired leftist. Hello everyone, it's Emma and welcome back to my channel where I talk about all sorts of things zero waste, focusing on free, easy, and fun ways to live locally. So to talk a little bit too fast for you, your icon right down here where you can hear the speed of the video. And today, we're finally talking about my zero waste story. I've talked a little bit about it in the past, but this time we're talking about it from a little bit more of a political lens. And in particular, about how the military had such an important factor in my life in making me woke. Yes, you heard that right, the military made me woke. So let's go back in time to Ohio. So for some context, I grew up in Ohio, born and raised. Pretty much everybody looked and acted and thought exactly like I did. Almost everybody was white. I didn't know a single immigrant. I didn't know a single homeless person. I didn't even know of a single homeless person. There was very little pollution, physical or air pollution or water pollution. We did not see the impacts of climate change. Of course, growing up in the early 2000s, climate change was also highly stigmatized. And I grew up in a farming family, like a long line of farmers. We owned basically all the farmland in the county. But anyway, basically everybody that I interacted with at school, at social events, at sports, clubs, etc., basically just thought and acted the same way as I did. Or rather, maybe I thought and acted the same way that they did as my peers. It's not like teenagers really have original thoughts. Teenagers just kind of, absorb stuff that happens around them. And I basically just regurgitated anything that my friends said, that my parents said, that I heard on the news, that I saw shared on Facebook. And that's kind of what I thought politically. And now it's very, very interesting to look back on it now, like at my Facebook memories. There are times that I will say something that I shared as a teenager that I was like, that probably was not the most thoughtful thing to have said. But then like in the same memories, like the same year, same timeline, I would share something about like recycling. So it's like there was inklings of me being woke as a teenager because I really cared about recycling. I really cared about the planet. I believed in climate change when it was not cool to do so in rural Ohio. So it took me literally leaving Ohio, leaving this bubble, the wokeness in me to really blossom. And what it took for me to leave Ohio was joining the Air Force. And not just leaving Ohio, moving 7,000 miles away. But first, before we get to Japan, we have to stop by Texas. So first stop in the Air Force is basic training. Every single person in the Air Force goes to San Antonio, Texas, to Lackland Air Force Base. And truly, at basic training, I turned my brain off for 2 months. It was no think, only do. I loved it, honestly. I didn't have to think at all. They told me when to get dressed, what to wear, how to wear my hair. But this was also my first wake-up call into the real world. This was the first time that I really interacted with people of color. I also met immigrants for the first time, people who were immigrating to the United States using the military as a way to get citizenship. I met people of so many different walks of life, people who grew up very wealthy, people who grew up impoverished, some people who were using this as a means to get off the street. The military is truly a melting pot where you get to meet so many different people, and man, were my eyes opened. We didn't really have a whole lot of time for conversation and stuff and basic training, so it wasn't until I moved to tech school, another part of Texas in San Angelo, Texas, this is like oil country, Texas, West Texas, that I finally was able to turn my brain on and have conversations with people instead of just like go through the motions and get to graduation. So I was here for like another 8 months or so in a totally different region of Texas, which was very different. Here, my eyes were first opened to recycling. I've always been passionate about recycling. It was like my special interest in high school. And I was seeing how much waste was produced on base. It was so much, and none of it was recycled. And I knew that there was something to be done about it. So this was kind of my first taste of activism, I suppose, as well. I started a recycling program. I gathered bins. I think I might have even purchased trash bags. I made flyers, I printed them off, and every single Saturday, while everyone else is partying and drinking and having fun, I was collecting recycling. Collecting and sorting and transporting recycling. But honestly, it was so fun. It was my ideal week. This was also where I started to use a reusable water bottle and think more consciously about like the things that I packed for lunch and snacks. I also started to become more conscious of who I was following on social media. I was following people who were like inspiring me, not just like friends and family anymore. Following, some activists and content creators back in the day, like before content creators was a normal thing. It was mostly like when Instagram was like a blog. But I didn't really change much of my lifestyle until I moved to Japan. So the Air Force took Dan to Japan. Dan joined the military, we got married, I joined the military, and then we went to Japan. That's why we got married so young, was so that we could move together. The Air Force sent me to Japan to follow Dan, and wow, were my eyes open. Okinawa, Japan is a tiny island southwest of the mainland of Japan, directly east of Taiwan. An island of the Pacific Ocean means that a lot of waste will end up on the shores. I quickly learned that much of the recycling efforts were in vain. Reduction is the key, not recycling. So I did still focus heavily on recycling here, but instead I dove headfirst into swaps. I got a reusable coffee cup, grocery bags, I started making food from scratch, used dryer balls, you name it. I tried everything. Once I ran out of something wasteful. But this was also extremely eye-opening based on where I lived. At this time, I was binging Shelbizzle and Get a Mary on YouTube, and other people like Emmy Lucas and Catherine Kellogg. They all shopped at the bulk store, they all walked, they all biked. Many of them were also homeowners, so they were able to modify their homes with rain barrels and solar panels and things of that nature, and I couldn't do any of that. I was a renter, I was living on a military base, and I was living in a foreign country, and living on an island that really, they care about the environment there, but you know, there was not really an infrastructure for things like commercial composting and bulk stores and things of that nature. So I started to question, like, could I be part of this zero waste movement? Could I join zero waste if I don't have access to any of this stuff? And I decided that the answer was yes. Like, I don't care if I can't compost. I don't care if I don't have solar panels. I don't care if I don't shop at the bulk store. I'm still gonna call myself zero waste, and I'm gonna find a way to be zero waste in my own life, because guess what? I'm not the only one who doesn't have access to a bulk store. I'm not the only one who doesn't have access to not compost. So that also inspired me to start social media, because I thought, you know, we have all these amazing people doing such good stuff for the zero waste movement, but they all, you know, they have access to bulk stores. They have access to all this other stuff. What about the people who are like me? What about the people who don't have a bulk store? What about the people who have no choice but to drive a car because we don't live somewhere walkable? YouTube channel was born. YouTube was actually the first place that I started because YouTube was like in its prime in the late 2010s. So since day one, my mission has been to make zero waste living practical and easy. I wanted to make it accessible. Eco living for folks who don't want to spend a lot of time, energy, or money on the lifestyle. So I started making content online because I figured that there were other people like me out there. So thank you so much for being here. And that's not all from Okinawa. This was also where my activism started to kick off. Here I began reading eco-themed books and following new people online and speaking to people in my real life. Remember how I grew up? Yeah, this was the first time in my life that I had friends of color, queer friends, friends who grew up impoverished, friends who experienced homelessness, and so much more. I got to hear about their different walks of life and different worldviews, and that helped introduce me to intersectional environmentalism before I even knew what it was called. And living in another country really intersectional environmentalism before I even knew what it was called. And living in another country really opened my eyes to how much literal propaganda that we are taught in the American education system. You know, stuff like World War II, the nuclear bombs, because that was the only way that we could possibly end World War II. That is untrue. Japan was already in talks about ending the war in the Pacific, in the war in Japan, before we dropped the bombs. I mean, and even when I was going to Japan, I was taught that we need these bases in Japan to defend ourselves from China. Similar to how Trump is using Greenland as a pawn right now. We need to be in Japan so that we can protect Japan from China, because we're the heroes, right? So as I started to unpack all of this and I started to learn the history of different cultures and different people involved in these, you know, global events that the US was also a part of, something felt off, and rightfully so. So I kept learning. I went to Japanese museums. I talked to Japanese people as much as I could. And something else that I learned is the dark side of Okinawa. It is part of the Ryukyu Islands, the Ryukyuan people. They were their own independent country, nation, kingdom until Japan colonized them, just prior to World War II. So the whole chain of Okinawa, Ryukyu, was its own country. It is a very similar history to the history of Hawaii. And it was a terrible time for them, just prior to World War II, and especially when World War II started, because both Japan and the US saw the island of Okinawa as such a key target, right? The US wanted it so that they could get to Japan mainland, and Japan wanted it so they could not have the United States there. So Japan, initially, they said, no more Ryukyu language, no more Okinawan dialect, you have to speak Japanese. They enslaved people, they killed people in mass, and if you want to learn more about this topic, there's a really great book right here called Night in the American Village, where I learned a lot of this. So World War II comes along, US wins the war, and we save the Okinawan people, right? Nope. We also did not let them go back to speaking their native language. Instead, they had to learn English. They also had to drive on the US side of the road. They had to operate business with US money, and so forth. Sure, it wasn't quite as brutal as how they lived under Imperial Japan, but it was still not all sunshine and rainbows, and it was very unjust. How could it be when your culture and your homeland is totally gone and stolen from you yet again? This was really eye-opening to me. I was working on this base that I learned was stolen native land, as are basically all military bases. So at this point, I'm questioning everything. If you've ever watched Avatar: The Last Airbender, I was Zuko. I felt like Zuko when he realizes, oh, the Fire Nation's not so great after all. Everyone's, you know, under the thumb of the Fire Nation. That was me. That was literally me living in Japan. It's the fact that the US doesn't acknowledge that, right? The US does not acknowledge that what they have done in the past is wrong and bad, and maybe we should make some reparations. No, instead they're just still trying to take more land, especially in Okinawa. Still actively happening. There's a coral reef right now. I mean, this was when I left. I left Japan 4 years ago. There was a coral reef endangered species on the north end of the island. Again, like indigenous land, very untouched part of the island that the US said, we're gonna develop this and make it into an aircraft carrier base. Anyway, all that to say, it's really naive to sit here and claim that you're a patriot, you love the United States, you love this country, when you don't want to see your country progress and do better and acknowledge the harm that it has done. So at this point, these are all just kind of like vague ideas floating around in my head. This was late 2020, early 2021, so like pandemic, which was also extremely eye-opening going through the pandemic in a foreign country. But it wasn't really until Las Vegas that I started to connect all of these dots, put all these pieces together, and become truly radicalized. So I moved back to the US after 3 years in Japan, and I experienced reverse culture shock. So culture shock is when you go to another country and you see this new culture, this new way of life, and it's shocking. Reverse culture shock is when you move back to your home country and it shocks you. It was so shocking, especially during COVID and also just this time in my life. My developmental adult years I spent living in a foreign country, and I didn't move back to the US until I was almost 23, so I was like entering my mid-20s when I moved back to my home country. Most people spend that time that I spent in Japan in college, just a short drive away from home, but I spent it 7,000 miles away from home, talking to people who don't speak the same language as me, at a different culture. So yeah, it was extremely eye-opening at that particular time in my life. And as I already said, spending a year and a half of the pandemic in Japan, a country that is very rule-following, a country that cares a lot about community, a country that cares a lot about hygiene and cleanliness, was so shocking when I landed in the US. Again, this was like peak pandemic, right? This is early 2021. Not a single mask in sight. In Japan, masks, no question. Eating outside, no question. Travel bans, no question. Japan fared really well during the pandemic. But the first thing that I actually noticed upon landing in the United States was the abundance of American flags. They're everywhere. In Japan, it's really only government buildings, right? Like, you know, town hall, the mayor's place, whatever. Maybe schools, maybe banks, but like very few Japanese flags. And it's not to say that they're not proud of their country, but it's just weird to have your country's flag flying everywhere. Oh my gosh, and another big one was how unsafe I felt in the US. Oh gosh, especially moving to Vegas. Vegas is kind of sketchy town. In Japan, I never locked my car and rarely locked my house. I never felt the need to check over my shoulder. I never felt the need to carry pepper spray, a knife, or anything like that. We even slept with our windows open. So moving to Vegas, especially of all places, was so alarming. It was like maybe 2 months after we moved to Vegas, we had an attempted break-in. Our mailbox was broken into several times while we lived there. So all of this combined, I just started to ask myself some questions. Why was crime so high? Why did I feel safer in a country that I was legally not allowed to carry a gun, let alone a knife or pepper spray in? Why is the Japanese community, why is Japanese society so heavily focused on community and safety? Another observation is children in Japan, you would not believe how much freedom these children have. I'm talking children as young as like 3 years old, walking themselves to school because that's how safe it is. I don't even feel safe as an adult walking around by myself. And also, why is Japan so clean if there's no public trash cans? Vegas is so dirty. It was so dirty. Anyway, the dots were connecting, the intersectional environmentalism was building. I kept reading books, I kept making connections online, and I kept learning from diverse activists across the board, not just environmentalists. I started to learn how race was connected to climate change and how poverty and homelessness and gender and so on and so on and so forth was all connected. Plus, every single time that I moved to the military, my eyes were open to a new environmental issue. So in Japan, it was the waste, waste in our oceans and how recycling is not a solution. In Vegas, it was water. We were in an extreme drought in Vegas. They're still in an extreme drought. And I've always loved the outdoors. I grew up hiking. We grew up going camping every now and then. Even just being outside, being part of growing a garden growing up. Very involved in being outdoors. But once again, it wasn't until I moved to Las Vegas that I really started to learn about public lands as a whole, how it's more than just the National Park Service, and about how such a big role our public lands play in climate change, which you can learn more about in this video, and how they're constantly under threat, but particularly under this administration. Just before I moved to the desert, Trump in his first term shrunk 2 huge national monuments in Utah, Bears Ears and Grand Staircase Escalante. Biden restored them and also created Avi Kwame National Monument, a huge deal to the indigenous peoples and the broader fight for climate change. So I began to learn more about ecosystems and birds and trees and got my passion for plants while living and hiking there. And Las Vegas was my last home while I was active duty. I did live in Washington while I was technically still in the military for the Skillbridge internship program. I have lived in Washington, Ohio again, Minnesota, and now Northern California. And all of these moves have taught me something different about public lands, about forest fires, about drought, about climate education, about intersectionality, and so much more. So those are kind of my major lessons that I learned about, I guess, about politics, but also about climate change, about environmentalism and intersectionality. But I did have a few other epiphanies along the way, especially now as a veteran. So while I was active duty, I had free healthcare, and as a veteran, I still receive free healthcare from the government. Shout out to the government for the free healthcare. If I can have free healthcare, why can't every other American not have free healthcare? Oh, 'cause you earned it. No, I didn't, okay? You know, if you're gonna give people healthcare based off of merit, I did not earn it. Yes, some veterans did earn it, if you're gonna put it in those terms, because they were deployed, they were in the line of fire, they truly risked their lives and their limbs and their livelihoods and their mental health. That's not to say my time in the military didn't freaking suck, because it did, but I was safe. I was safe 100% of the time. So I went through training, and then like my first 6 months or so at my base, I didn't have the proper clearance that I needed to do my job, so I didn't do anything for 6 months. Moving to Vegas, I did do my job for real in Vegas for like a year, and then I became the commander's executive assistant. I was basically a secretary. All I did was answer about 3 phone calls a day, send about 5 emails, and once again, watched YouTube for most of the day. If you're gonna put
I've got such a good point against that. I really have to make my point. Don't know how that example relates.
It's an obvious point, Mad, which I do have an answer for.
Expectancy in this country would significantly drop. Won't give you your tax money back. No. This is Maya.
And this is Nige.
And this is the Convince Me podcast, where we argue the crap out of something vaguely political.
And this week we're going to get properly into it. It's all about the NHS. We all know it's broken, but no one seems to have the magic.
If you're a musician,
Friedrich Hayek.
Friedrich von Hayek, the greatest economic philosopher of the age. How magnificent it must be to witness his ideas validated before the eyes of the world.
If there's a word we love on this channel, it's neoliberalism. Neoliberalism. It's the ism behind things like why our healthcare sucks, why so many people have shitty jobs working for Uber and DoorDash, why Russia got turbo destroyed in the 90s. It's why The Rock's Twitter bio is founder of stuff. It's a thing that matters a lot, but we've never actually spent the time to unpack what neoliberalism is in depth.
This is Finale 4, otherwise known as the Wheatley boss fight. Here, Chell and GLaDOS confront Wheatley in an epic showdown for control over Aperture Laboratories. It's the final level and climax of Portal 2, and it shows off that puzzle games can have some pretty awesome boss fights.
You haven't quite hit your reps for today. Come on, one more set.
I don't really want to go for Varessa's questline, but I guess that I should go ahead and do it. Because I only have the time to do it today. Hey, Varessa.
Yep, my dad whipped up something fantastic as always. He's a great cook. He can turn any protein or vegetable into something delicious. No wonder you look so refreshed. That's the power of a good meal! That's right. I was hoping to bring Uncle Akatl with me, but he wasn't home. So I guess you're stuck with me. Uncle Akatl is our chief, by the way. Who better than the chief to introduce you to the tribe, right? I've never given an official tour before, so I'm thinking I'll just explain things as we go along. Is that okay? Of course! That sounds great! Okay. Whew. Then let's start in that direction.
We'll probably find out about a problem that this
Faster, stronger.
tribe has
Yeah. Harder.
all the way.
My place is over there. See that fruit stand out front? My house is right behind it.
Okay.
You have a fruit stand in front of your house? Does that mean you grow the fruit yourselves? You guessed it. My family runs a huge orchard. We live really close to the main entrance of the tribe. So every morning, I wake up to the sound of all the people and carts on the road. That's also when my parents start work. So that's how I know it's time to get up. And then you all work in the orchard together. Well, knowing it's time to get up and actually doing it are two separate things. Most of the time, I end up curling under the covers and falling back asleep. Oh, Paimon gets you. Sleeping in is the best kind of sleep. Plus, when you have the Traveler to wake you up, it's no big deal.
What a nice tale. Next time I'm sleeping in.
No, that was just a joke. Don't scare Paimon like that, Traveler. Well, maybe you can both sleep in sometime. Once I get up, I usually help my parents around the house, head out for training, then come home for lunch. After lunch is when my parents do their delivery runs. So then it's my turn to work in the orchard. Oh, Paimon would love to see the orchard. Can you show us? thing! We'll go right after this. But first, come with me.
Coach will take it from here. Charge!
What's up, lane to you?
Ready to ride.
Oh, Coach Iansan, are you here to do some training?
Nope, just doing some maintenance on the equipment here while I have some time. Oh, it's you two! Welcome to the Collective of Plenty. Look, I bought this at the stadium the other day.
Wait, we've seen that graffiti design before.
It's not easy to get your hands on one of these. I had to wait in a super long line.
Ooh, I bought a top with that design too! I hung it up right next to my bed.
Don't be shy. After everything you did for Natlan, you deserve the recognition. Oh, I meant to ask, what brings you out here anyway?
We're just doing some adventuring. We don't have any concrete plans.
Fuck, I want to sleep so much.
We ran into Varessa on the road, and she was nice enough to lead us the rest of the way. She's even giving us a tour.
It's my pleasure.
Still keeping up with your training, Varessa? No slacking, I hope.
Yes, Coach! Did 3 full shuttle runs, just as you instructed, Coach!
Good. Then we'll continue with the training plan. As for your diet, actually, no dieting for now. As you are. Feel free to use any of the equipment around here, but if you're planning to do strength training, make sure you have a spotter.
Of course! Don't need to tell me twice, Coach.
Gonna be Varessa's spotter?
Wait, but isn't a special diet a huge part of bodybuilding? Varessa doesn't need one?
Oh, it's kind of a long story. I suppose you could say Varessa is among the select few who have a natural gift. When she first started training with me, I started her on a standard training regimen and wrote out a simple recipe plan to give to her father.
But it left me so hungry. I couldn't even muster up the energy to make it to class.
Yeah, that was my fault. It was just your average nutrition plan, but Varessa's metabolism is something else. Once I studied her eating habits, I was able to tailor it to her needs.
Yeah, Coach is really thoughtful that way. Now I feel like I'm making real progress. And the training and classes are a lot more fun.
Varessa is currently my top student. She can lift even more than me!
Wait, but you're the coach and the victor of the pilgrimage.
Don't sound so surprised. This kind of thing is really common in the fitness world. Everyone starts from a different baseline.
Wow, that's amazing! Paimon would have never guessed.
Oh. My fingers are weird.
I'm not exaggerating either. Varessa is extremely strong. All she needs is a bit more confidence.
Oh, well, it's just because Coach is a great teacher. It didn't take much effort at all. Oh, believe me, I'm not. I mean, sure, I can face a few monsters and lift some heavy training equipment. But I'm useless when it comes to fighting other people. I'm scared I'll hurt someone.
Oh, that makes sense. But what about the pilgrimage?
Well, you can hurt a lot of people. Yeah. My back! Oh god! I need to do something about my back. Well, not necessarily my back.
I've never placed or even made it out of the team stage. I'm not good at fighting actual people.
When it comes to power, it's all about control. Take these weights, for example. It takes strength to lift them, yes, but also to control the weight when you set them down. True mastery means control during both motions.
I know that, and I can do it just fine during training. But whenever I have to face a real person, I start to doubt myself. Thanks. I appreciate the support. As long as I keep training, I'm sure I'll get it eventually. Well, we should get going, Coach. I told the Traveler and Paimon I would show them around the orchard.
Sounds good. I hope you enjoy your time here.
Looks like I can't do anything again. That's alright. I'll just remove this. BRB.
Ты будешь сидеть здесь?
Пока что да.
Ты можешь сегодня лечь пораньше?
Я не могу.
А что у тебя?
Это не правда.
Начинается ночью, что ли, все?
Нет, просто я устал, я коплю силы.
Устал чего?
Я сейчас устал, я коплю силы.
А чего ты устал? Ты сидел, играл? Понимаешь, в чем дело? Дим, ты на работе сидишь, дома сидишь. А двигаться, когда двигаешься? Двигаешься? А, мне Алена подарила. Я у нее попросила.
Ты вообще о чем?
Пальцы, разделители для пальцев. Одни тебе, другие мне. Выбирай, какие тебе нравятся.
Ну давай.
Сейчас покажу. Вообще надо упражнения для пальцев делать. Покажи, какие. Пальцы просто растопли. Я тут попала на какой-то ЛФК. Там просто устала. Вообще мне сейчас YouTube много кидает. Дим, я тебе сделала. Давай, вода горячая. Нормальная. И выбирай. Дим. Дима.
Ух. Знаешь, цвет мне нравится и тот, и другой, поэтому тут выбирать по принципу того, что будет лучше видно на кровати, когда оно лежит.
Под цвет кровати твоей.
Как раз таки нужно, чтобы было не под цвет.
Ну а это вообще бледно. Открывашка. Ну ты в ноги попасть сначала, Дим.
30 рублей стоит. Для удовольствия.
30 рублей? И пока не надо. Сначала и ложись. Ладно. И двигайся. Так, наверное, неудобно. Удобно? У тебя борода выросла. Да.
Я же ее не стриг. Можешь окно закрыть?
Закрыть? Ой.
Нет, шумно, надоело.
Посмотрим, какой там кэшбэк у тебя будет в этом.
Да не кэшбэк там будет.
Ну что там? Ну что-то будет. Посмотрим.
Если я потрачу 30 тысяч.
А что, ты не потратил? Ты мне перекинь еще
Ты думаешь, я...
на карточку. 1003 хотя бы. Потому что у меня там 500 рублей осталось. Мне надо это... А, и в автоцвиле вот это ядро подсолнечника. картинку попробую. Или завтра возьму. Помните. Ну, кстати, когда у меня нет на карточке большого количества денег, я меньше покупаю. Но у нас запасов полно. Если задраить люки, наши подводки, мы месяц продержимся без покупок. Дим, надо сдать, если ты не будешь носить кроссовки. И заказать там что-то хотел. Или заказать, посмотреть, а потом решать, что с этим делать. Потому что время-то уходит. Я про кроссовки.
Я понимаю, что ты про кроссовки. Ну, заказать, посмотреть, то есть получается купить сначала новую обувь, в которой я буду уверен, что она хорошая, а потом разбираться с этой. 837 рублей 97 копеек.
У меня? Ну, это мало. Я вот сегодня купила яблоки, капусту, сыр. И это, и что-то мне там больше 500 получилось. Я хочу у меня там половинка ёлка посвилась там. Стеклянные баночки. Слышишь?
People seem to think I was born with super strength, but look at me. This tiny frame is what my genetics gave me. All my strength comes from consistent training with good tech.
Good girl, Vanana. Thanks for guarding the house. Now, let me take a good look at you. Did you have another growth spurt? Hey, I was just taking a look, not inviting you to wrestle. Next time, okay? Oh, this is Vanana. She keeps watch over the orchard when no one's here. She's a tough little thing, but also a clingy baby at heart.
Did you say little? She certainly doesn't look it.
Anyway, this is my family's orchard. Come on, I'll show you around.
Whoa! It's even bigger than Paimon imagined! Look at all the fruit! It looks delicious.
This is the Collective of Plenty, after all. Being so close to the volcano makes the soil extra fertile. So everything that grows around here is amazing. Especially the fruit. We sell a lot to the other tribes, give some to family and friends, and keep the rest for ourselves.
Well, if you have to live next to a volcano, at least you get something good out of it.
That's right. Since we're here, why don't we pick some and have ourselves a little snack?
Wait, but didn't you just eat?
Yeah, but there's always room for dessert. Plus, we don't have to pick that many. A few dozen should do it. You know that fruit stand in front of my house? Well, as a kid, whenever my dad was working at the stand, I would tug on his shirt and ask for a piece of fruit. I would scarf it down in a heartbeat and then ask for another. Before long, people would gather around just to watch. My dad told me I made the fruit look so delicious, more and more people started coming to our stand, which, of course, made me want to eat even more.
Good thing.
The customers would ruffle my hair and say, "It's good to have a healthy appetite. You'll grow up big and strong for sure." I mean, what kid doesn't like a compliment? So I would smile, which would get my dad to smile. And then my mom, too.
Aw, that's so cute! Plus, free fruit whenever you want. Jealous!
With all that said, it also helped that our fruit actually tastes really good. And I'm not just saying that. You'll see what I mean in a minute. Oh, and there's an epic feast showdown in a few days, so we're providing a bunch of the fruit for the desserts.
Epic Feast Showdown?
Oh, sorry. It's basically a speed eating contest. We need to prepare a ton of ingredients. So don't worry about anything going to waste. Okay, let's get picking.
Alright! Where should we start? Why is there a mushroom over there?
Oh, that kind of mushroom. They kind of appeared out of nowhere when we first planted the orchard. They grow really fast and don't require any water or fertilizer. Oh, and the flavor is amazing. You can grill them, stir-fry them, or even eat them raw. The flavor has almost a fruity taste to it.
A mushroom that tastes like a fruit? That's a new one.
Yep, that could be. Anyway, as far as I'm concerned, if it tastes like a fruit, then it fits right in. Who cares where it came from? Go ahead. Pick as much as you want. Might as well get some mushrooms too, and I'll whip up something to eat.
Oh no. Come on.
And a few of these. Grab some of this. And a few of these.
Let's ride! Rev the end!
Grab some of this. And a few of these.
48 out of 58.
Yeah! Scatter!
Go ahead. Pick as much as you want. Might as well get some mushrooms too, and I'll whip up something to eat. I'll grab some of this. And a few of these.
Yeah! Skyward!
Oh, there's more here.
Yeah, skyward!
Whoa, that's quite the haul.
Well, you need a bunch of ingredients for the eating competition, right? Thought we'd give you some help. Oh, and you were right about the fruit. Paimon tried one, and it was one of the sweetest, juiciest pieces of fruit Paimon has ever had. You must sell out every time. Also, Paimon tried one of the mushrooms too. In a weird way, it really did taste like a fruit. We should call them berry shrooms. Well, Paimon had multiple nations' worth of good food to refine her palate. Her taste buds never lie.
Well, thanks to your help, we can call it early today. Oh, I promised you a meal, didn't I? I'll be right back. I'm not the greatest cook, so it's nothing special. Still, high-quality ingredients are hard to mess up.
Don't sell yourself short. It looks great. Paimon can smell the umami from here. Whoa! This is completely different from the raw taste.
I'm glad. This kind of mushroom is a favorite in the tribe, but it's not well known outside the Collective of Plenty. Actually, we're hoping to use the upcoming competition to introduce it to a wider audience. Uncle Atoli has been coming up with new recipes like there's no tomorrow. Hey, you two should sign up. Only if you want to, of course.
Oh, you mean the Epic Feast Showdown? Yeah, Paimon would love to sign up. She might not do very well, though.
You sold
Don't
yourself
worry.
short.
You can tap out at any time. Nothing goes to waste. I'll take care of anything you can't finish.
Oh, good. Wait, aren't you competing too? Oh, then Paimon doesn't stand a chance.
You never know until you try. Oh, besides, from what I just saw, it looks like you can hold your own. Well, anyway, winning isn't the point. Just think of it as an opportunity to try our local delicacies.
Oh, good point. Nice! Then let's sign up together! Time for Paimon to show these people what she's made of!
I wish there was a specific button I needed to press to start climbing. And to not be able to climb otherwise. Unless, of course, I'm flying off a glider. And the appropriate. Okay.
Quick as a flash.
Yeah, fruits are plenty. All right. No, we'll see. I can't believe she can deal the finishing blow to Paimon's appetite. Fruits are plenty. Regenerates. No. Cheesy mushroom skewer. Crit rate. Defense.
Oh, hey, you're here.
It's been a while. When Varessa told me you signed up for the Epic Feast Showdown, I could barely believe it. Sounds like Varessa might finally be in for a challenge this year.
Honestly, I'm not even that good.
What's wrong? Sounds like you're still half asleep.
Just, hungry. It's competition day, so gotta show up with an empty stomach.
Not much longer, Varessa. Atoli's firing up the ovens as we speak.
Got it. I can wait.
About the competition. Usually you have to pay for the food if you don't finish. But when I heard you two were coming, I talked to Atoli and we agreed to waive your expenses.
Really? So we get to eat for free? Awesome! Now we can just take it easy and box up whatever we don't finish!
Please, it's our pleasure. You've done so much for Natlan. Just think of it as a small token of gratitude. When the Abyss invaded, we weren't hit with large waves of monsters, but the volcano became unusually active. As the Guardians of Tolan, we couldn't stand by and do nothing, so we immediately dispatched a team to the summit. Varessa was a key member of that team. Varessa?
Huh? Oh, right. Yes, I was there. I brought so many Saurus crackers with me that day. Sorry, not the point.
It is the point.
There were abyss tumors all around the summit, agitating the magma and spawning all kinds of monsters. But once the Pyro Archon did her thing, we were able to smash them to smithereens.
Looking back on it, the goal was probably to hold us up so we couldn't send reinforcements to the areas around the stadium.
Good point! Your tribe must be full of great warriors with all the training you do. The Abyss really is a cunning enemy. Oh, and you mentioned something about the Guardians of Tolan? What does that mean?
That is a duty our people have held for generations. The volcano is very important to us. It brings disaster, but also opportunity. Our people rose to the challenge of living in this environment, and in return, we get fertile soil and a thriving ecosystem.
That's right. The Natlanese are never ones to shy away from a challenge. Although, whenever we spot unusual volcanic activity, we always report it to the stadium.
Good for you.
Oh, so there's a lot more to this place than good food, huh? gone. Where did Varessa go? Wasn't she just here?
Oh, you know, I just saw her leave. I thought someone must have called for her.
My guess is that she followed the scent of the food straight to the kitchen.
Let's go check on her. Paimon understands the torture of an empty stomach better than anyone.
I'll lead the way.
I'll lead the way.
Oh, that smell. So delicious.
I'm gonna...
Juicy mushrooms, melted cheese, mouth-watering steak.
Ah, look who it is. I thought I felt an intense energy around here. I know better than to get between you and your next meal. The food just needs a few more minutes. Here, this should tide you over in the meantime.
Wait, is this priest meat stew? Thank you, Uncle Atoli!
That was quick.
Varessa! You really did head straight for the kitchen. What's up? You seemed lost in your own world just now.
Oh, it's you! Sorry, I completely spaced out just now. The next thing I knew, I was all the way over here with a bowl of stew in my hands.
That sounds sportsman behavior.
Don't worry about it. I think we can all guess what happened.
Prep took longer than usual, so I had to push back the competition. Sorry for making you wait, Varessa, especially on an empty stomach.
No worries, Uncle Atoli. Your delicious soup fixed me right up.
Oh, that sounds more like the Varessa we know.
I become completely useless when I'm hungry. I really wanted to focus on the conversation back there, but no luck.
That's perfectly normal. It takes a lot of energy to train the way you do, so you need more food to make up for it. You two know what I mean, right? Try to do too much on an empty stomach, and you end up feeling weak and lightheaded.
Oh boy, Paimon's been there before.
So, when is the competition supposed to start? Not sure I can wait much longer.
One sec. I'll go check.
Oh no. There's gonna be...
Time to gather the contestants, Zacatl. The showdown is about to begin.
Oh.
Got it! Let's head to the venue. The food will be brought out shortly.
Finally! Oh, I'm so ready to dig in.
Where's Varessa to gonna sit? Oh, why don't I sit with you? Oh, I can't.
It smells so good! Varessa had the right idea. It's definitely worth the wait. Yeah, we could maybe finish one portion between the two of us. And even that's a stretch. But one portion each? There's no chance.
Weak.
Time to dig in. Thanks for the food, Uncle Atoli.
Whoa! Hold on! Varessa's plate looks completely different than ours!
I forgot to mention, the competition actually has 2 levels. The regular challenge and the Varessa challenge. The Varessa challenge is only for people who have completed the regular challenge in the past. It's named after Varessa because, well, so far, she's the only one who's been able to finish it.
You're kidding. You had to invent a whole new challenge just for her?
Believe me, if Varessa competed in the same class as everyone else, the winner would be decided before the competition even started. What's the fun in that?
I guess.
Only one other person has come close to beating the Varessa challenge. And that would be the Pyro Archon herself. Of course, she breezed through the normal level, but the Varessa challenge was still too much, even for her. Back then, it was all part of an investigation. You see, the Pyro Archon covers all expenses at the Weary Inn the night before the pilgrimage. And each time, Varessa's tab would show several dozen people's worth of food for a single person. The speaker's chamber thought something had to be wrong. Maybe there was a mistake in the accounts, or someone was trying to defraud the Archon. But once the Archon finally saw Varessa's appetite in action, that was that.
Whoa. Okay, so... You're saying Malika had these portions, and she just breezed through? You're right. Let's go. Paimon's gonna defend her honor with everything she's got! Whoa! Tender, juicy, grilled to perfection! It's delicious!
Max, I think I'm gonna go eat. That's unfair. I wonder what other voice actors had to do.
Oh, you gotta try this one too, Traveler! It's amazing! Oh, and this! And this one is... Alright, that's it. Paimon taps out. All this time, and it doesn't look like we've made any progress. Oh, Paimon's ready to throw in the towel. Okay, Paimon's tried as hard as she could. But this enemy is too strong. You know what? There really should be a Paimon challenge. Paimon's smaller than the rest of you. It's no fair for her portion to be the same.
Let's hear it for Varessa, who has once again completed the challenge. And with a 10% increase in portion size, it's a new personal best.
Oh, so someone did completely beat their plates.
Ha! Well done, Varessa.
Amazing job!
Oh, it's nothing. Uncle Atoli's food is just too good. I couldn't stop myself.
You actually finished it? Jeez, are you okay?
Huh? Why wouldn't I be?
You don't feel bloated? Or like you're gonna throw up? Oh, Paimon's so full it feels like she's gonna sink.
Oh, nope. I feel good, actually. Satisfied, you know? Thanks. This is my specialty, after all. Not that it's good for anything outside these competitions. If I'm honest, I'd rather be like you or Coach Iansan. A hero brave enough to stand against the abyss.
Don't worry, Varessa. For someone as talented as you, it's only a matter of time before you shine in the arena.
Iansan! Did you beat the challenge too?
Of course. The regular challenge is easy for me. I've attempted the Varessa challenge a few times too, but never even came close.
Okay, there has to be more to this than just appetite. Is there some kind of trick? By the end, it was like the meat turned into one big greasy blob, and it was so hard to keep going.
Oh, that's when you balance it out with some mushrooms. The ones from my orchard. Well, that's what I did anyway. As soon as the food came out, I set a few mushrooms to the side so they wouldn't soak up too much oil. Or get too mushy. That way, you have something fresh and fruity to balance it out.
Oh, so that's the secret! Use the mushrooms to cut through the heaviness!
That's right. You tried them yourselves, remember? If it tastes like a fruit, might as well use it like one. I think more people from outside the tribe would beat the challenge if they knew about that mushroom.
Iansan, some of the contestants are looking for you. Something about being ready to train?
They want to exercise. After all that food? Sorry, everyone. I should intervene.
Yeah, go tell them to take it easy!
Well, how did everyone do, Uncle Atoli?
Almost half finished the regular challenge. I believe that's a record. Either the contestants are getting more experienced, or my cooking was extra good this time.
Everything was delicious, especially when it first came out all hot and steaming.
Thank you. When cooked at high heat, that mushroom has a special fragrance that really brings out the flavor of the other ingredients. Oh, and since you're new here, I should mention something else about that mushroom. It's an excellent addition to any dish, but there are actually two varieties. Red, which is the most common, and green. There's not much to note about the red ones. Sell them, eat them, do whatever you want. But if you see a green one, it must be picked and eaten right away.
Huh? Why's that?
That's just what a scholar from Sumeru said when the orchard first opened. No one knows the reason. We just do as we're told. Whenever a green mushroom pops up in the orchard, I pick it and eat it. The flavor is identical to the red ones.
Okay, because that's not weirdly specific at all.
Well, of course. Who wouldn't be intrigued by something like that? But curiosity isn't always a good thing, right?
No, it is.
Oh, by the way, Varessa, I'm almost out of red mushrooms. Could you run to the orchard and grab some more for me?
Of course, Uncle Atoli. I'm on it. Want to come with you too?
What do you think, Traveler? Paimon wouldn't mind working off some of that food. Paimon will take that as a yes. Alright, let's go. Thanks for the food, Atoli.
Haha, my pleasure. But try to finish it all next time.
Well done.
Faster, stronger.
Keep pushing. Charge! Charge!
After that meal, I'm ready to tackle anything. Oh, something on your mind? Is it what Uncle Atoli said about the green mushrooms? Don't worry. He can be a bit dramatic sometimes. The green mushrooms don't appear that often. Besides, I check the orchard every day, and if I see one, I eat it. If anything, I wish there were more around here. Means more free mushrooms for me.
Wait, is that one right there? Huh. Talk about a coincidence.
See? There's nothing special about it except the color. Give me 1 sec. I'll start a fire and grill it right up.
Paimon's gonna pass on this one. She's way too stuffed from earlier.
You mean why we have to pick and eat the green mushrooms right away? To be honest, I'm curious too. The scholar looked really serious when he said it, but he never explained the reason behind it. Uncle Atoli has a point, though. Curiosity can be a bad thing. If we stop doing what the scholar said, something terrible could happen.
You could look into it at least. That's what an adventurer would do.
Yeah, but My tribe is more important. I love everything about this place. Maintaining the status quo is good enough for me. I know the truth is important too, but I don't have the right to make a decision that could put the people around me in danger.
What do you mean? Ask another scholar. Just get another scholar from somewhere and ask him. Or her.
In other words? Deep down, I guess I'm just scared. Scared that change could mean losing control. Command the truth?
Yeah, we don't have to stop following the scholar's orders. We can start by gathering information.
You have a point. You know, you remind me of another hero from our tribe. Her name was Fiatena. Just like you, she was full of courage and never stopped challenging and exploring the unknown. She's my idol. Actually, could you give me a moment? All I need is 3 seconds. Lady Fiatena, lend me your courage. 3, 2, 1.
Hey?
You're right. I can't keep running from the truth. I want to command it, just like you said. So, where should we start with the investigation? You probably have a bunch of experience. Oh, the green mushroom, you mean? The taste is the same as the red ones. There's nothing special there.
Well, the Traveler is a lot more perceptive than most people. She should at least give it a try.
Oh, I see. Well, then I'll grill some up right away.
So, notice anything, Traveler? Just like Varessa said. Guess it was the same for all of us.
Finally, a worthy devotee after all this time. Fascinating.
Who said that?
No need for alarm. There is only one among you who piqued my interest, and that is the one with golden hair. Seeing as you all appear to be acquainted, I allowed the rest of you to hear my voice as well. Now, I shall grant you all the honor of becoming my first subjects in this era. Now, you were the ones who wanted to learn more about my origins. I merely granted your wish.
Origins? Wait, you're the green mushroom?
Ah, so you do know how to use your brain, young one. You'll excuse me if I have no interest in you, craven and dull-witted as you usually seem.
buddy!
Let me remind you, it was your own curiosity that started all of this. I see no reason for me to stand down. I only granted you this audience because I saw potential in you. I am the Sage Lord of Fungi. Serving me is a great honor, as well as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Sage Lord? Good one. Did you come up with that yourself?
You mock my name? Oh, all you do is make a mockery of your own taste. Of course, the Sage Lord of Fungi is too dignified for petty arguments with lesser organisms.
Sure doesn't sound like it.
That's enough out of you. What's wrong with you humans? You should be full of reverence at this point.
You're just full of bullshit.
In that case, I don't know what went wrong, but you lack the trust and worship to be my subjects. So we shall have to table that for the time being. However, I am willing to share my sagely knowledge with you. I have all the answers you seek. As with all seekers of said knowledge, all you have to do is prove your sincerity, and we shall see if you're worthy.
Look! More green mushrooms right in front of us!
These clones are my most loyal subjects, as well as the keepers of my secrets. If you want answers, then gather your wits and search for clues. I shall await your summons. It might be advisable to brush up on your devotion in the meantime.
The voice is gone. Finally, Paimon had enough of that racket. Talking in our heads without permission? Spewing a bunch of nonsense? Even a Hal is better than him!
So, do you think what he said was true? About being the Sage Lord of Fungi and all that?
Maybe, but most of it sounded like hot air to Paimon.
We don't know who he is, but we know he
True. That conversation in our heads definitely was real.
And it proves these mushrooms aren't regular mushrooms at all. Something fishy is going on.
I guess this is the beginning of our hero's journey then. So let's make like heroes and get to the bottom of this. So we can command the truth and this mushroom.
Command this much.
Okay. That sounded a lot cooler in my head.
Sure.
Well, we have one thing going for us. We've faced mushrooms before, and they're pretty pathetic as far as enemies go.
Sumeru.
Such insolence!
Did you hear that? Sounds like someone's mad.
You're spying on us?
No response. Guess he's not gonna admit it.
Well, he said his subjects hold the clues to his secrets. Who knows if he was telling the truth? But we can't just ignore the green mushrooms, so let's start investigating. Okay, so this one is red. Ah! Fungus! It turned into a fungus! In that land of all places!
So this is one of his subjects? Well, it's kind of cute.
Bull warrior compliment! Much appreciate! No! Bull warrior natural enemy! Eat! Must resist!
Careful, Varessa! This is a kind of monster from Sumeru. Even though it looks cute, it can still attack you!
A monster? Aw, that's too bad. I was hoping we could be friends.
I mean, we could.
Mercy! Mercy! Food is sacred! Everything else, waste! That all I know. Promise!
It turned back into a normal mushroom. What's going on?
You mean that food is sacred?
Well, that's a whole bunch of nothing. Let's go look somewhere else. Oh, a green mushroom! And it turned into a fungus! Nice try, but you're not scaring Paimon with that one twice! Okay, let's go on the initiative. Hey, you! What's the whole food is sacred thing about?
As our Sage Lord stated, you must demonstrate your wits to receive the answers you seek. That means I should be the one asking the questions, not you.
Okay, so it turns out this one can talk. Fine. What do we have to do? Solve a riddle or something?
Riddle? Oh, I'm not good at that. Could you, give us an easy one?
That sounds like a problem for your friends. Besides, did I say this was up for negotiation? Enough chatter. Time for my question. Why all the mushrooms in this orchard willing to become the subjects of the Sage Lord?
Aw, man! How are we supposed to know?
Because you're his clones, right? I remember him saying something like that.
Alas, no wits in sight. The answer could never be that simple.
Of course it is the pun.
What? How did you get that so fast?
Oh, it's that kind of riddle.
Sumeru mushrooms! Of course! Paimon can't believe she didn't think of this possibility.
Wait, does that mean everyone in Sumeru is into puns? Huh. Is it because the people are so clever?
No, we just, have a lot of experience with these kinds of jokes.
Let me just say, I love 5 nice food.
Well, since you have proven your wits, I will now answer your question. The act of eating is not only a physical necessity, but also a sacred ritual. Mushrooms like us are the Sage Lord's intermediaries. Incinerating our flesh forges a spiritual connection between you and the Sage Lord himself.
Oh, so that's why he could speak to us in our heads.
So you're saying if we want to talk to him again, all we have to do is eat more mushrooms? No, wait, don't turn back into a regular mushroom! Oh, too late. And all we have is another cryptic message.
Well, if eating is a sacred ritual, maybe we need to perform some kind of ceremony with special tools or something.
Oh, good thinking, Varessa! Let's try and ask the other mushrooms! Oh, but we should probably pick this one first since it's a green mushroom.
There it is.
Hey, there are 2 fungi over there! Looks like they're discussing something.
Have you figured out how you're going to test the humans?
Of course! Any random question should do the trick. They don't look very smart to me.
Wow, cool! You greencaps are so wise. Just like our Siege Lord. Huh, I'm so jealous.
It's all progressing as expected. I know exactly what they're going to ask. Oh, please, please tell us how to conduct the ceremony. And I shall respond. Nothing in life comes for free. You have 2 choices. Answer a question about the stars and moon above, or
the dark abyss below.
Ew! And they'll say, no, I'm stumped. I can't think anymore, or my cap will explode into spores!
They're humans, idiot. They don't have caps or spores.
All right. Duh.
And then I'll say, ha! You can't even answer the most basic of basic questions? Come back after you've studied for a few more decades.
Ha! Yeah! A few more decades. Huh.
Of course, they're so dense, it might actually take them that long to realize that. If eating is a ritual, then obviously, the ceremony is the cooking.
I mean, obviously it's the cooking!
Did they just give us the answer?
Who goes there? Do you think we're the dense ones? Look in the mirror, buddy.
Да вы кот.
A floating pale organism out of nowhere! My cap almost burst into spores!
No, wait, don't disappear! At least explain yourselves first! So, we passed the test? Where's the sense of accomplishment? So much for gathering our wits. We didn't have to use our brains at all. Oh well. The important thing is, the Sage Lord of Fungi wants us to use cooking to establish a stronger mental connection with him.
That sounds right. Uncle Atoli did say, when you cook this mushroom, the higher the heat, the better the fragrance.
Right! That was the case when you grilled them in the orchard, too. Heat really does release their flavor. Okay, let's give it a try.
Definitely. But we should probably explain the situation to Uncle Akatl and the rest of the tribe first.
Good call. It's best for everyone to be prepared.
One day, 6 hours. So tomorrow's evening I will be able to go ahead and try again. Speaking of which,
Controlled breathing. Form first. Stay out of my way.
Charge!
Form first. Harder.
Quick as a flash.
Controlled breathing.
Let's hope you'll pull up a good fight. Stick around.
Keep pushing. Stay out of my way. On my mark.
Precision and the Let's finish this next time. Stop. Let's finish this next time. Forget it. Let's finish this next time.
Well, at least it is implied that
Coach will take it from here.
they're not killed off.
Coach will take it from here. Form first.
Quick as a flash.
Keep pushing.
Form first. Form first. Charge!
Let's go craft.
Maybe this was all a test I had to go through to prove myself worthy of my ancient name. Either way, those words spoken by my ancestors ring true to this day. No matter what strength one is born with, true strength must be toiled for.
Not all night. No, we'll make it up to 190 bonus attack. Ah, tops.
Yeah.
Huh.
Huh. Okay, so it felt pretty normal in the moment, but hearing it back does sound kind of, ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
So, the mushrooms in the orchard are sentient. What a remarkable discovery!
Yeah, without your investigation, who knows what could have happened?
Thanks for looking into it, and for collecting all this information.
What a relief. I was worried it sounded like I lost my marbles.
It does sound far-fetched. After all, none of us have ever spoken to a mushroom. But we know you're not one to lie, Varessa. Besides, the origin of the green mushrooms has always been a mystery to us. Thanks to you, we now know something sinister could be going on. So, we should do our part to help.
Yeah, just let me know if there's anything I can do.
Wow, that didn't take much convincing.
Oh, wait! You said the mushrooms needed to be cooked at high heat, right? I can do that for you right now. I'll be quick. All right, I'm back. I used cast iron, so it should be hot enough.
Whoa, it smells delicious! Suddenly Paimon's hungry again.
Well, here goes nothing.
Wait, that's his voice!
Looks like you stumbled upon the right path. But this temperature does not demonstrate even a fraction of the sincerity I require. Did you really think some common stove could generate enough heat to earn the acknowledgement of the Sage Lord?
Okay, let's just dip it into phlogiston.
Humans are such a disappointment. You can solve my riddles when the answers are handed to you on a silver platter. But as soon as there are no more hints, not a shred of intelligence in sight. Do try and use your brain this time.
How did it go? Did you hear the voice?
Annoying menace of a mushroom! The Sage Lord of Fungi said the heat's still not high enough. Huh. Sage Lord of nitpicking, more like!
Not high enough, huh? I guess that means we need a more powerful source of heat. Attention, everyone! We need items that can generate intense heat. Anything you can find.
I'll see what I can do.
Leave it to me. We should take a look too.
Definitely! We're not super familiar with this area, though. Do you have any ideas?
Nothing concrete, but we could check around the volcano. It spews out all kinds of stuff. Maybe there's something we can use.
Awesome! Let's go! Paimon's gonna find something scorching hot and then throw it at that stupid mushroom! mushroom's face!
Hey, there should be some avatars of lava somewhere along this path. Their cores are really hot. It might be just what we need.
You know, when you think about how everyone jumped to help us like that, it seems like your tribe has been suspicious of the green mushrooms for a while.
Yeah, but without you, we would have never gotten this far. I mean, tons of people have tried that mushroom without a weird voice talking in their head.
Right. So, even if you wanted to investigate, you had nowhere to start!
Yeah, this opportunity was a long time coming. Plus, the Sage Lord's arrogant attitude definitely triggered my tribe's competitive spirit.
Varessa doesn't seem competitive most of the time, though. Outside of training and fighting monsters, at least.
Yeah, well, I don't really like fighting or competing, to be honest. Simple day-to-day happiness is what matters to me. Still, I've learned a lot from Coach Iansan. She taught me that strength is a means rather than an end. We get stronger so we can use our strength when it counts. Like during the Abyss invasion. Having the training to master my vision meant that I could do something to stop it. So, no matter how scared I feel, I know I have to be brave, because people are counting on me. Thanks. It's a work in progress. I can only hope that one day I can be as brave as Lady Fiatena. All right, we should keep looking. Oh, looks like we can make this jump. that avatar of lava pushed it down. Come on, let's charge!
Charge?
Great.
Stop it! Look out below! It's justice o'clock! Yeah! Look out below! Whoop! Yeah! Hero incoming! Yeah! Done and dusted. This core should be perfect. Look, the phlogiston inside it is still active.
Oh, let's see! Woo! Hot!
A few more chunks like this, and we should be good. Come on, let's keep heading up. Hurry up, Varessa! Careful! 3 avatars of lava ahead! Heads up! Oof! Heads up! Yeah! Hero incoming! Yeah! Hurry up, Varessa! Yeah!
Coach will take it from here. Controlled breathing.
Let's move! Skyward! Scatter!
Oh no, not good! The volcano is acting up again!
Inconsequential.
What is that? It looks like a giant weasel thief. Is there a great Tolan weasel thief or something?
We call it a furnace shell mountain weasel. It's very aggressive, so be careful.
Turn that frown upside down. Yachan, Taechan, let's go!
Coach will take it from here.
Start the clock! You're pretty tough. Yeah! It's justice o'clock! Yeah! Good.
What a great haul! A bunch of seeing eyes, and this thing the weasel used to spew out fire!
I think that's its back armor. It shoots out phlogiston, so it can pretty much attack from all directions. My dad told me about them once. Creatures that live in the volcano. I can't believe we actually ran into one. This piece of armor might produce even higher temperatures than the seeing eyes. We'll get those mushrooms super hot this time. Oh, well, even though I don't like fighting, sometimes you don't have a choice. So, I've tried to figure out a bunch of different ways to get myself in the zone.
One of the ways is performance.
For example, I've read a lot of stories about heroes, and my favorite hero has always been Fiatenna, the one I mentioned before. Fiatenna's most iconic feature was her mask, so I decided to make one just like hers. So now, whenever I wear the mask, it's like there's a little piece of her with me. If I want to honor her legacy, I have no choice but to be brave. At the same time, though, I guess it's kind of like a crutch. Kind of like I'm hiding behind her strength.
Oh, you really think so?
Really? It's just... I feel like I need to take it off one day and face things alone.
Well, Fischl is still being Fischl and not being Amy, so... And she is one of my best units. So don't worry about it.
But the longer I put off taking that step, the more impossible it feels. I don't know if I have it in me.
Yeah! You had the courage to make that decision. And that's what adventuring is all about! Fighting is just a small part of it.
Oh.
Besides, Paimon thinks you're doing a great job. Just take your time. It's not a race.
Thanks for believing in me, you two. I've learned so much. And I won't give up. Not until I can face things on my own. After that pep talk, I feel like my appetite is back in full force.
You're hungry already? Paimon hasn't even finished digesting her last meal.
Come on, let's head back to the tribe. We'll earn that mushroom's recognition this time for sure.
Finally, the end of the quest. 60 primo gems and another 60 from the event.
We're back! And we found a bunch of stuff to use!
Great! We're almost done with the preparations at our side, too.
I've managed to get these iron chunks red hot. We should be good to go.
Is what?
Yeah, and since we need really high temperatures, I brought the best stove I could find.
And I got a bunch of buckets of lava on standby if we need more fuel.
Yeah, but the things we brought aren't your typical cooking utensils either.
Well, that mushroom started it, right, everyone? Disrespecting Varessa and her guest of honor.
Yeah, we'll see what sort of excuses it can come up with this time. Thanks for the help, everyone. It really means a lot.
All right, let's see what we have here. Huh? The armor of a furnace shell mountain weasel? Don't tell me you went into the volcano.
No, it's somehow...
No, it erupted out of nowhere, and then the weasel appeared, and then, well, anyway, we got this in the end.
Either way, this is something special. Back when I was training to be a chef, I studied the effect of temperature on different ingredients. This kind of armor produces intense localized heat. It's great for fish because you can get a nice sear on one side without overcooking the other. Anyway, let's get started. The mushrooms are all ready to go.
All right, let's go!
Whoa, the fragrance is so much more intense. And what's with this weird mist? Wait, no. Something's not right.
Yay! The main.
Where are we? Where did everyone go?
I have no idea. We just showed up here. I can't see the others anymore.
Huh? Is something wrong?
That's a cuddle! Chief! We don't know where we are!
What? I know it's hard to see through this mist, but aren't you here at the tribe with the rest of us? No. What are you feeling?
Because you are the only worthy devotees, of course.
Evil jerk of a mushroom, so this is what you look like!
He does look a bit more evil than the other mushrooms we met.
I am no longer concerned with your insolence. On the contrary, I am satisfied with your performance. So, as promised, you shall have the answers you seek. Of course, I have a goal of my own. Let me reiterate once more. The great sage lord of fungi, that would be me, is extending you the honor of becoming my subjects.
The only way anyone's serving you is on a platter!
Now, don't be hasty. It's inadvisable to speak in absolutes. You refuse only because you have yet to witness my miracles. Cherish this opportunity. It may not come again. As you know, Tivat is not a peaceful place. The gods wage war against one another. Monsters roam the land. Humans live in squalor. But then, humanity discovered me, and learned that I could grant them unlimited power to fell even the most fearsome of enemies.
If we want to become strong, we just have to eat this!
Woohoo! Those monsters are no match for me!
And so, the humans worshipped me as their savior. And in return, I revealed my identity as the Sage Lord of Fungi.
You really expect us to believe that? Besides, as far as enemies go, a few puny fungi aren't that fearsome.
Such arrogance! Take that back and apologize before I lose my temper.
You wish!
I mean, those monsters really don't look that scary. Not the kind you'd need a miracle to defeat, anyway.
You insignificant mortals boast of strength? Very well. Then prove it! Light it up!
Why me? Look out below!
Well fought! You see? You ate a fair amount of my clones, and now look what you can do. Huh. My eye for subjects is as discerning as ever.
Huh. Weren't we insignificant mortals just a second ago? Weird.
I'll admit, you're not entirely useless, but my miracles are even greater than you can imagine.
No, don't just... another cryptic one-liner and another disappearing act? It's gotta be a mushroom thing at this point. Well, what should we do? Follow him?
Yeah, let's go. I think he's trying to tell us a story, although I'm not sure if I like the plot.
Yeah. Oh god. Gotta make sure I don't have anything extra. Still do. Two more.
I soon became humanity's faith, and, with my power, created countless clones, with which I could bestow upon them an endless source of sustenance. Food is a scarce resource. A faith that provides for the needs of the flesh is the most practical and noble of all. And as my subjects gave themselves in service, either as civilians or warriors, I rewarded them with mushrooms in proportion to their contribution. The most exceptional among them could receive as many as 20 mushrooms a day.
That's it?
What are you insinuating? Are mushrooms not enough?
Well, it's possible people couldn't afford to be picky back then.
Yeah, but now even Saurians have more options than that.
Sustenance and strength. Such are the pillars of faith. So what do you think? A pretty enticing offer, wouldn't you agree? Once you become my subjects, all you have to do is build a civilization dedicated to the mushrooms. And then... What do you mean, what happened next?
Right. If the humans dedicated themselves in service to you, then shouldn't you have your own tribe at this point? Or even your own nation? But I've read a lot of woven scrolls about the heroes of Natlan. And I've never come across anything about some kind of mushroom savior.
Of course not. I was in a different nation at the time. I don't suppose you know their history, too.
Yeah, and we didn't hear anything about a mushroom civilization.
I never said it was Sumeru. I have no idea where that assumption is coming from. A trivial detail! You know what? You don't deserve to know what happened next.
Yeah! If you want us to respect you, stop being so secretive!
True. If we don't know how the story ends, it doesn't hold much weight now, does it?
All right, fine. Same rules as before. If you want the truth, you'll have to use your wits to earn it.
Alright.
If you fail to prove your worth, good luck getting another detail out of me.
He ran off. Come on, after him.
Oh. Uh-huh. Right.
He jumped down from here! So it looks like we just need to... Is something wrong, Traveler? Off? How?
That's how I feel too. Based on his personality, if he won't tell us how things turned out in the end, it must be because it's not something he can brag about. Besides, how did he even get from Sumeru to Natlan? Seems like he's avoiding that subject too. And through it all, he still hasn't given up on recruiting us. Even though he's in for a rude awakening.
Yeah, he seemed pretty annoyed with our questions. Why not just kick us to the curb?
But why?
All right, sounds like a plan. Let's go!
Why can't I read this book? Not gonna give us anything.
Get back on track. Get back on track. Heads up! Running late again.
Catch me if you can. If you can figure out which way to go, of course.
Oof, absolutely insufferable. Come on, let's find him.
Let's roll. Here I go. What? Time to roll. Leave this to me. I'll clear a path for you. I think we can get these mushrooms to form a path. We just need to wait for the right timing. Time to roll.
Get a load of this.
Watch out, Varessa!
Don't worry about me. I've got this. Get back on track. Gotta steer clear of other people.
A dead end?
Jump up. Let it give us a ride. All right, this should be good. Get ready and jump!
Backed into a corner, huh?
We've got you this time!
Ow! Well, that hurt, you know. You humans have such violent tendencies.
How did we lose him?
Not again. Although, I think I pulled something off of him.
A ball of Oh no, it's spreading! Ah! They're gonna eat us! Gonna eat us! Eat us!
Ungrateful humans! At this rate, I won't have any clones left. The more my clones are consumed, the less power I have. Oh, the situation grows dire. Why must the humans eat so much? My power is all but spent, but it was still enough to control a single human at least. Now all of Sumeru knows how scrumptious my mushrooms are, so if I want to grow, I must relocate. And if I want it to happen fast, I need suitable environmental conditions. You! Take me somewhere hot! The hotter the better.
Yes, my lord.
Is this the place, human?
Yes. This is a volcano in a land far to the west. The temperatures here get very high. It should be a most suitable location for your lordship to regain his strength. I shall now find a good place to plant you, my lord, so that your mycelial majesty may take root in this fertile land.
Yes, proceed. Huh? An earthquake? No! A volcanic eruption! Ah!
So that's how it ended. No wonder you tried to hide it from us. It's pretty embarrassing.
I thought he said people formed communities around this mushroom and used it as their main source of food.
Oh, they did because it was tasty.
Yeah, but it looks like his following got too big and he couldn't keep up with the demand.
Huh. He used the mushrooms as his main recruitment tactic. But then the situation got out of control.
Which means the more mushrooms the humans ate, the less powerful he became, right?
So what he needs is for mushrooms to be cultivated so that he has some amount of power.
Wow. So his following didn't last long.
Nope, which explains why there aren't any records about some kind of mushroom civilization. In the end, he mind-controlled a human to bring him to Natlan and then got buried under a pile of volcanic rocks.
Yeah, for who knows how long. When we were talking to him earlier, he seemed kind of, out of touch, you know?
Well, he has been living under a rock, so that checks out. But clearing out this area for your orchard finally allowed him to start regaining his power.
Yeah, that sounds right. My parents always thought it was so weird that mushrooms kept popping up around the orchard no matter what we did. Now it makes sense. Wait, but if everything we saw is true, that means this mushroom has mind control powers or something? That's a recipe for disaster.
Hold on. Do you remember what he showed us? A group of humans worshipping a giant mushroom. It just doesn't make sense. They must have been mind-controlled. But when he started running out of power, he couldn't keep it up.
Oh, yeah. Maybe that's why he doesn't seem to be able to control us either.
Oh? Why?
All right, then let's find this mushroom.
Not your artifacts. Someone else's. One. Prepare sigils.
Look out below! Woo!
Oh, the environment changed again. Nothing to phase Paimon at this point.
Let's keep looking. He can't hide forever. Huh? Time to roll! Gotta steer clear of other people.
Oh, that's good shit.
Time to relax.
Yeah! Skyward! Stray clouds converge! Ha!
What? Why me? Kapow! Yeah!
So you made it this far. Impressive. In that case...
Wait, he hid himself in the statue. What should we do? Actually, that checks out. We're just gonna smash it, right? Cool.
Time to roll.
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Burn it down!
Coach will take it from here. Come on, stay out of my way. Faster, stronger. On my mark!
Controlled breathing. Harder. Why me? Heads up! Hi!
We've got you this time, nasty mushroom! We know all your schemes.
We thought you were just a mushroom that happened to taste good. But now we know how dangerous you are, so we have to stop you.
Huh. It would seem you're not completely devoid of intelligence. Fitting for my future subjects. Still, you're overlooking a very important detail. Did you think I was running away because I was scared? Well, this is a world of my creation. My will rules supreme. My schemes have been exposed, you say. No matter. My goal has already been achieved.
What?
Although I prefer to call myself the Sage Lord of Fungi, in the human tongue, I am known by another name. You now behold the god Bifrons, the sole protagonist in this endless carnage! Indeed, foolish, shallow, and ungrateful humans! Have you forgotten your savior during this time of war? I am the god who's protecting countless of your kind during this Archon War. You have no food in which to satiate your hunger, no means with which to counter the hordes of monsters, and the gods loom overhead, capable of reducing you to ashes with a simple snap of their fingers. Just one word, and you could have had my protection. But now, that opportunity is lost forever, and you only have your own stupidity and arrogance to blame. No matter, my plan has already succeeded. What you saw when you cooked the mushrooms was not mist, but spores, set to sprout into green mushrooms very soon. And that's where their true power lies. Because, given a bit of time to grow, green mushrooms will multiply exponentially. You see, considering my current level of power, I had no way to create large number of clones. Unless, of course, I had access to a source of extreme heat. And you delivered one to me on a silver platter. That was my plan all along.
So, you kept running away from us because you needed to buy time?
Precisely. Before long, the green mushrooms will multiply at an unstoppable rate, allowing me to return to the peak of my power. Then, I shall reclaim my dignity and status as a god, achieve victory in the Archon War, and take revenge on Sumeru.
You have no concept of time, do you? Newsflash, the Archon War is old news, buddy.
Nonsense! Is that not the source of your suffering?
No, our source of suffering is the abyss.
All I hear in this land is war this and war that. If you fear the Archon War, all the more reason to cower behind the protection of a god.
Pretty sure they're talking about the war against the abyss.
Huh? The Archon War. I guess I've heard about that once or twice, but only from Outlanders.
Ha! I see what's going on here. You're using lies and trickery to befuddle me. You know, my original plan was to imprison you here until the end of time. But now, I have a better idea. Once nothing is left of this land but an endless field of mushrooms, I'll set you free. You get the honor of witnessing that despair in person. Now, I was going to offer you a glimmer of hope by allowing you to pledge yourselves to me and take on the burden of managing my kingdom. But now, the deal is off. What did you say?
The Traveler explained everything. The only reason I could hear you is because I've eaten so many mushrooms over the years.
Yeah, and Paimon ate a whole bunch during the competition. Paimon's small, so it didn't take as many mushrooms for her to be affected.
What happened to her with special constitution?
Point being, most people would have to eat a monstrous amount of mushrooms to even hear you over the buzz of a mosquito. So you latched onto us as a group of people who can actually hear your voice. In other words...
You said your mushrooms need time to grow, which means you don't have enough power to keep us here.
I may not have my former strength, but keeping a few humans right where I want them is a small task. Unless you think you can take on a creature as vicious and powerful as the Jade Plume Terrashroom.
No.
Because you definitely can't. Right?
Let's get out of here.
Yeah, if he was telling the truth, we need to get back to the tribe as soon as possible.
Oh, no! You must be bluffing! A few measly humans couldn't possibly be that powerful. And what's this about a war against the Abyss? Hey,
Paimon's not gonna waste one more word on this guy. Let's go!
What should we do?
Worried? Ha ha ha! Don't be! It's just a few mushrooms. A Tully! Get ready to feast!
Thanks, everyone. I feel like a whole new me.
And with that, we took care of all the green mushrooms. Now, care to tell me what happened earlier? It was lights out for all three of you. Someone planted a god in Varessa's orchard, and she's been eating it ever since.
Yeah, we know not every god that's still around is super strong, but this one reached a whole new low.
Not every god is still around is super strong, but this one reached a whole new low.
Also, didn't he have his facts all wrong? He kept going on about some kind of Archon war.
Ah, well, Natlan was never part of the Archon War, so it rarely comes up around these parts. It makes sense that you don't know much about it, Varessa.
Whoa, hold on. Are you serious?
Of course. The infighting between the dragons pretty much took over everything. So, there was no room for the gods to join in.
Yep, that checks out. Living under a rock all those years, Mushroom God wakes up, thinking it's still the Archon War, and tries to use that to convince people to worship him.
Little did he know, our lives are much better now than in the Age of the Dragons.
So what do we do now? It can't be easy to slay a god.
I guess it's back to business as usual. As long as we keep picking the green mushrooms, that god is just a tasty mushroom at the end of the day. Actually, Traveler? Can I borrow you for a minute? Alright, here's good. So, it's not anything super important. I just wanted to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Your encouragement gave me the courage to investigate the green mushrooms and helped me resolve a threat to my tribe. And maybe this sounds weird considering everything, but it was a really awesome adventure. I had fun. Oh, why's that? You're right. I never thought my appetite would save the day. It's pretty surreal. But it's like you said. All it takes is a little patience and perseverance, and my time will come. If I start to doubt myself in the future, all I need to do is think of this experience and everything I've learned along the way.
Hey, you two! Akata was saying that since a scholar from Sumeru warned the tribe about the mushrooms, someone there must know about the mushroom god. Should we go check it out? Couldn't hurt to get more information.
Oh, But if we're heading to the academia, I need to get permission from Uncle Acatl first.
Right. And it's not a quick trip. We have to cross the whole desert.
Good idea. Let's check it out.
Yeah, going to Sumeru would really mess up some quests, probably.
Oh, Catherine's back! And isn't that Tainari?
The best voice change that this game has known.
Word from the speaker's chamber was that an Omerta scholar happened to be conducting research in the area. So they helped me to get in touch.
Ah, and he's mute! Come on! Amazing voice actor, but he's mute, what the fuck? Mm-hmm.
Yep, you're an expert, so you must know all about him, right?
Those in the Amurta Darshan, this case was well-known part of ecological history. His power set to his number of clones, so at one point he possessed a truly fearsome form. But as his clones diminished in number, he got smaller and smaller until he couldn't hold onto physical form at all. So he became impossible to track. Scholars could only keep tabs on him by monitoring what remains of his clones. From learning his true form led to that one.
Yeah, the mushrooms started popping up in our orchard not too long ago.
Well, from what I've heard, he has a very big clone right now. There's less than one. After to use the mushrooms as you see fit. They really are delicious. Of course, in the interest of research, I would prefer to send a few scholars from Darshan to monitor the station every so often. What do you say? I need to get your permission before submitting a formal request to the speaker's chamber.
Of course. You're welcome anytime. That's a huge help, actually. I wanted to ask, though, you said what remains of his clones? Does that mean there are clones outside of Netland? Even now?
Oh yes, there's a huge one beneath the chasm. Beneath the chasm.
Samaran?
Samaran. Who's that?
You know that name?
Yeah, Paimon calls it Sheesh Room. It's absolutely huge! Way more impressive than the puny Sage Lord.
It took a long time for Samaran to grow into this form. Luckily, Samaran isn't a green cap mushroom, so there's no danger to us. I believe its mind has been separated from the mushroom quite a very long time. For a very long time, I doubt there's a connection between them anymore.
We should go see Samaran one of these days!
Ooh, I'll come. It'll be nice to interact with a friendly mushroom for once.
Friendly is right, so this one is definitely not for eating.
I would never.
Field fungal traces. Yay! I got another one of those. things done. Character level up material off. Varessa, come home. It's time. Nope, it isn't. Alright. So, it's really unfortunate. Maybe if I didn't buy any crowns in this shop. Maybe. But currently I'm pretty certain that it is not worth it. And by it is not worth it, I mean I'm not even close. I'm currently at 60 pulls. Yeah. So I need 20 more pulls and I won't be able... 19 more pulls. And I won't be able to get it. Meaning that Varessa is a dream for another time. As is Iansan. Start the bone. Right. Oh. Would you look at that? Yay. All right. That's going to be it for the stream. Good luck, fun, thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.